to mechanics, and a multi-tiled race mentor. Get to know the basics before the actual drive. Experience the camaraderie with fellow cadets and intermediate karters. Be guided by award-winning assistant coaches. Advanced to a slalom exercise. And learn about racing lines. Walk the track. Get to know the braking and exit points. Follow the leader and apply the racing lines. Get the chance to practice solo drives. Unleash the karter in you at time trials, where the best will prevail. Petron, we groom champions. what it takes. From top-of-the-line carts and gear to mechanics and a multi-tiled race mentor. Get to know the basics before the actual drive. Experience the camaraderie with fellow cadets and intermediate karters. Be guided by award-winning assistant coaches. Advanced to a slalom exercise. And learn about racing lines.
Here we go. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to it.
It's race day Sunday for the Super Karting Series presented by Petron. Today we feature round 3 of the Rotax Max Challenge Philippines Series for season 2026, happening alongside the Tillotson T4 Series, the Philippines Series of the Tillotson T4 events. Round number 4, presented by Petron with Petron Blaze 100. We're now making way for the QPs qualifying practice. T4 minis and T4 cadets on your screens. This is going to be the indication of their positions for QH1 before we make way for the lunch hour today. As you can see, we are using the track layout, exempting the sectors here at the Carmona racetrack. We got Mad Films led by CEO Vanjo de Guzman giving you the FV live action. Shout out to you guys watching the Super Karting Series here at the Carmona racetrack. We are in the south side, outside of Metro Manila. Good morning to Joy Dionisio. Good morning to Ramela Mendoza. Ramela says, let's go, Mauro. Hada Gallo Mendoza. Hada Isa Reyes Garcia. Good morning. Good luck to all racers. Have a safe drive. And Hada Maria Zita Sublime. Let's go, Torch. Good luck, Torch, says Maria Zita. We are live on the T4 Series Pilipinas official Facebook account. If you're not yet a follower of that account, you are watching this on the RMC or the Rotax Max Challenge Philippines Series official Facebook page. It's also available on the T4 Series Pilipinas official Facebook account. Yep, all those who are watching on the T4 Series Pilipinas FB account, this one's also available on the RMC official FB page, Rotax Max Challenge Philippines Facebook account. It's also available on Instagram, and this Facebook Live is also available on YouTube. Motorsport PH. Yeah, this is the determinant of their positionings. If they're going to be on the front row, the barrel to be on the front row during qualifying heat 1.
Earlier was Tillotson T4 wall.
Minis and cadets. Now we're looking at the juniors here with Ashton Chua, Nico Noriega, Robin Juliana Ocavillo, Mateo Hipólito, and Marsha Swain Alamo. There's also Zaidi De Jesus, Nathan Meyer, Enzo Bano, and Antonio Rosales with Perry Bukai. Best time on this qualifying practice is Ashton Chua. This is actually now the qualifying practice for round number 5. Season 2026 for the Tillotson T4 Philippine Series from Patron. Part of our Super Karting Series race weekend here at the Carmona racetrack. Shout out to Joey Liesis and hello to Randy Mitra. Hello, Randy. Hello, Joey. And happy birthday weekend to Jackie Linda Villa. Shout outs to everybody from Patron Car Care Center, Bacoor, Cavite. They are rooting for their favorite team, Formula E Racing Management. Hello to everybody from Patron Car Care Center, Bacoor, Cavite. Looking like it's going to be Ashton Chua, a JGM Racing team on pole on the number 88 with a time of 47.425. Congratulations on that. Don't forget to click share for this FB Live to become visible on your Facebook wall. 8:58 is Philippine Standard Time. Yeah, we're done with our T4 Mini and T4 Cadet TT. Wrapped up the T4 Juniors on their qualifying practice. It's going to be time for the T4 Seniors, featuring the 168 and the ladies class drivers. It's their turn for their qualifying practice.
Welcome to the Petron Motorsport Karting Academy. Young, fast, fearless. Do you have what it takes? From top of the line karts and gear to mechanics and a multi-tiled race mentor. Get to know the basics before the actual drive. Experience the camaraderie with fellow cadets and intermediate karters.
The drivers right now are getting out of the pre-grid area. Tillotson T4 Senior Division drivers. Also those who are, well, doing their QPs for the 6-8 or the 168, the senior 168 category, and the ladies class. A total of 15 drivers for this category, featuring Vito Manos of RS Racing Team. He's on the number 52. There's also Tristan Lavarias of VS Racing Motorsports on the number 53. Yana Castillo, 55 of JGM Racing Team. James Salem, 57 of DRQ Motorsports. Lindsay Marielle Tufo, 62 of Top Spec Racing Team. Zafira Avisado, 66 of JGM Racing Team. Rai Geronimo, 72 of DRQ Motorsports. 𝐿𝐕𝐄𝐒 of Drift Motor Racing Team on the number 76. There's also Adam Lopez, 84 of Drift Motor AMG. Wax Deata, 87 of Team Race Lab. Charles Marcostan, 89 of Mercedes Drivers Development Racing Team. Kimi Noriega of 7 Star Garage. Joshua Parsha, 91 of DRQ Motorsports. Sandro Carlota, 95 of Drift Motor AMG. Jaime Almario, 97 of B Racing Team. So we got Yana, we got Lindsay, we got Zafira, we also got Kimi in the ladies category. For now, you're looking at Charles Marcus Tan on the number 89, leading this convoy, this trio over here. You see that, number 89. And right behind him is number 76, 𝐿𝐕𝐄𝐒 of Drift Motor Racing Team. And number 89, Charles Marcus Tan, is from Mercedes Drivers Development Racing Team. And the third on this trio is number 90, Kimi Noriega. She's one of our ladies class competitors from 7 Star Garage. On a qualifying practice, this is where they vie for the sweet spots a qualifying Heat 1. The best position, of course, is pole and on the front row. Or sometimes on the second row, right behind our pole position driver. So you'll have a very nice slipstream, benefiting from one of the fastest during the qualifying practice, like what's going on over here now. At round number 5 of the Petron T4, the Tillotson T4 Philippine Series presented by Petron. There goes some of their coaches, team members, urging them to go faster, letting them know they're doing very nice, and letting them know that they could do better. It's going to be all about that blistering lap in this 8-minute session. They call it the QP here at round number 5 of the Tillotson T4 Philippine Series 2026 from Petron. So far we are seeing 𝐜𝐈𝐈𝐄𝐬 coming up with the fastest lap. 𝐜𝐈𝐈 on the number 76 of Drift Motor Racing Team. He's there somewhere. There he is. 𝐜𝐈𝐈 did a 47.401. Fastest of the session so far, with less than 4 minutes to go. Now 3 minutes and a half remaining. Others could try to catch up or snatch that pole position spot from 𝐜𝐈𝐈𝐄𝐬. 𝐜𝐈𝐈 47 of Drift Motor Racing Team. On a beautiful Sunday here at the Carmona racetrack. July the 19th. Shout out to Emerson Liano. Let's go number 62. Yeah, rooting for driver number 62, 𝐓𝐈𝐈𝐿 a TRT Top Spec Racing Team. She's one of our fast females in the Petron T4 Senior Division. 𝐓𝐈𝐈 62. Luis Matbaya says, let's go, Robin. We'll see Robin later on. Robin is part of another category. Robin is actually part of the Petron T4 Juniors. Robin Juliana Ocavillo. She's from the Top Spec Racing Team as well on the number 96. Yeah, you saw her earlier, moments ago. James Salem is second fastest on the number 57 of DRQ Motorsports with a 47.6. Around 0.2 of a second behind 𝐜𝐈𝐈𝐄𝐬's pace. 47.4 is what 𝐜𝐈𝐈 established over here, setting the bar at that high 47, mid 47.401. Yeah, he's driving number 76. He's there somewhere. For now, you're looking at number 97, Jaime Almario of B Racing Team. Followed by number 62 right there, 𝐓𝐈𝐈𝐿 Top Spec Racing Team. Number 72 is also on the screens, Rai Geronimo from DRQ Motorsports Racing Team. The racing team of our good doctors, Mr. and Mrs. Quiñones. Beautiful morning, 9:09 a.m. We are wrapping up the session. And it's going to be 𝐜𝐥𝐚𝐬𝐬𝐞𝐬 and his fastest lap of 47.401 will be benefiting the most out of this qualifying practice. He's going to be on the front row. He's going to be leading the pack during qualifying heat 1. That'll happen later on at 10:30. Time right now, 9:09 in the morning. And in just a little bit, we're going to make way for our Tillotson T4 Bambinos for their very own qualifying practice. Get to meet some of our youngest drivers in our Patron Tillotson T4 Bambino category. Round number 5 of the Patron T4 Philippine Series here at the Carmona racetrack, part of our weekend for the Super Karting Series happening alongside the RMC, the Rotax Max Challenge Philippine Series. After the QP, they go to the pits and have a chat with the teams, come up with adjustments necessary, pick up some very important words from the coaches. Each of these teams have some of the renowned line-up of coaches. Some of the best in Philippine motorsport. The fastest ladies, fast driver in that Tillotson T4 Senior Division is 𝐜𝐥𝐚𝐬𝐬𝐞𝐬. Great job, Kimmy. We see her 47.705, getting the best against Lindsay, Zafira, and Yana. 47.705 by 𝐜𝐥𝐚𝐬𝐬𝐞𝐬, number 90. From 7-star Garage. 7 fastest ladies category is Lindsay Manuel, 52, top 10 racing team, in a 48.183. And third fastest is Zafira Abisado, 66, a JGN racing team. 3 overall, or on the far row, you're going to be expecting to lead the team on the number 76. Racing team alongside 𝐷𝐿𝐴𝐴𝐻, 57, 𝐅𝐈𝐌𝐄. We're going to be expecting Geronimo 72 in motorsport as well. And in second row alongside Vito Manas, 52 of RS racing team. And the third row will be occupied by Charles Marcus Chan of Mercedes Rapid Development racing team. He'll be alongside our fast ladies class driver, 𝐜𝐥𝐚𝐬𝐬𝐞𝐬, 7-star Garage. The rows of drivers will be announced later on. Patron T4 Senior, round number 5 of our series for 2026. A look at the podium stage and the pre-grid area. See the huge Sparko logo going on our podium stage. There's also the Toyota Gazoo Racing logo. Left side of it. Look at it on this segment of the track, it's cloudy, but on this section of the track, you can see some of the blue up in the skies. It's not really a sunny day. But this is going to be very beneficial for our very hard-working track marshals. Shout outs to our always hard-working track marshals, medical team, and of course, salute to our race officials at the steward's office. And the rest of the team here today, giving you the Sunday edition of this weekend Super Karting Series from Patron, featuring
Round number 4 of the RMC, Rotax Max Challenge Philippine Series Round 4. And of course, round number 5 of the T4 Series, Tillotson T4 Philippine Series, all courtesy of Petron. We want you guys to watch this.
Karting Academy. Young. Fast. Fearless. Do you have what it takes? From top of the line cars and gear. Mechanics. Multi-tiled race mentor. Get to know the basics before the actual drive. Experience the camaraderie with fellow cadets and intermediate karters. Be guided by award-winning coaches. Advanced to a slalom exercise. And road racings walk the track.
Key for our duties. The band was here. Number 5 for season 2026. For the lineup Beanos, we have Franco Era of Mercedes Development Racing Team on the.
We're looking at
17 Madison Rick, Drift Motor AMG. man on the number 170. And is number 14, Lucas from Drift Motor as well. We have a lot of drivers representing for AMG. Collaboration of driver racing teams to get AM. Now that's 146. Franco Vieira. He's Mercedes Ravelment Racing Team Bino. There's on the lineup over here, Suba on the number 10, Tracy Motorsport. Here somewhere, Salinas, number 15, Lucas buying 14, and the Madison Rig 71. Our Yuppers Ambino County Drifter 8. There goes driver number 14, Steve Dumlau. These last ones here as well. The fast with the feet. 928.9 fastest last session. Courtesy of 48 Bassi Dumlau. Just saw number 3. Oh, this is 152 T7 Drift Motor MG. Vieira, Mercedes Drivers Development Team. There goes 150. VS Race Forces. Pro Racer. Third fast session from VS Race. Shout out to Dindo Pascogan. What up, Sir Dindo? And everybody from AC Lights and Sounds. AC Lights and Sounds. Hi to Rocky Umali. Let's go. Ashton says Rocky on the comments. Evelyn Diego says, let's go, Lucas. Shout out to Emerson Liano, Luis Magpayo, Dustin Bonnier. Dustin says, let's go, Leighton. Another nice look at number 153 over here. Enzo Bautista, he's our second fastest. He's in the 59.893. Definitely trying to chase Basti Dumblau's fastest here. Basti's the fastest in the bunch.
There you go. We just wrapped up with the 𝐉𝐻𝐈𝐿 best performance of that session. He's the best performer on that session with a fastest lap of 58.928 on that recently concluded qualifying practice. Here, round number 5 of the Tillotson T4 Philippine Series featuring our Bambinos. Enzo Bautista comes in second fastest. Enzo with a 59.882. And you're going to be expecting on the second row, it will be Madison Riggs, 171. Alongside Salinas Cuba, 150. Third row will be Lucas Bayan. And then Franco Albayera alongside Lucas on that third row. Congratulations, 𝐉𝐻𝐈𝐿. Representing Drift Motor in collaboration with ASG. Big talent of 𝐉𝐻𝐈𝐿. Shout out to 𝐜𝐥𝐚𝐬𝐬𝐞𝐬. Hey, thank you, Miura, for watching. Out of Can, Lakatan, let's go DMRC. Next on our schedule, we're going to make way now for the Mini Manx drivers. Their turn to do their qualifying practice. The goal is to be on the front row, or at least on the second row right behind the pole position driver. Precision Power Performance, Petron Motorsports presents the Super Karting Series featuring the Rotax Max Challenge Philippine Series round number 4 and round number 5 of the T4 Series Philippine event, the Tillotson T4 Cup Philippine Series, live at the Carmona racetrack. If you want to be part of this, we want you to watch this video.
Welcome to the Petron Motorsport Karting Academy. Young, fast, fearless. Do you have what it takes? From top-of-the-line carts and gear to mechanics and a multi-tiled race mentor. Get to know the basics before the actual drive. Experience the camaraderie with fellow cadets and intermediate karters. Be guided by award-winning assistant coaches. Advanced to a slalom exercise. And learn about racing lines. Walk the track. Get to know the braking and exit points. Follow the leader and apply the racing lines. Get the chance to practice solo drives. Unleash the karter in you at time trials, where the best will prevail. Petron, we groom champions.
Mini Max, if you could see the top of your screens, featuring the novices and the experts. It's their turn to do their qualifying practice
For round number 4 of the RMC Season 2026 Rotax Max Challenge Philippine Series presented by Petron. Nice look at driver number 116. That
is 𝐜𝐥𝐚𝐬𝐬𝐞𝐬, JGM Racing Team on the 116. There goes 𝐉𝐈𝐌𝐿 101 from BS Racing Motorsport. And another look at number 116, 𝐜𝐥𝐚𝐬𝐬𝐞𝐬, JGM Racing Team chasing up over here. This guy as well. Ooh, they are fast. The cameras are having difficulty catching them. There goes driver number 128, 𝐜𝐥𝐚𝐬𝐬𝐞𝐬, top spec racing team. Driver number 108, Yoan Ang, a JVL Racing Team. Mini Max Round 4 QP is what's happening here on your screens. And it feels like it's 4 in the afternoon because it's a cloudy day today, 9:30 in the morning on a Sunday. July 19, 2026. The goal is to be on the front row, to be the pole position driver when it comes to qualifying heats. That's what the qualifying practice is all about. And with these mini max, they go for 46 seconds low. And it's Yoan Ang clocking in the fastest from JVL Racing Team on the number 108. That's him, Yoan Ang, 108. 46.114. Around this track layout we're using over here at the Carmona racetrack, we have exempted the extended sector. They go downhill and they climb up right away onto the chicane, to the main straight, and they go for a right-hander, climbing up to this little bit of an elevated sector here at the Carmona racetrack. Still on that elevated segment. They attack a hairpin over here on the right side. 𝐉𝐈𝐿 101 giving you how it's done. And then they go downhill from here. Literally downhill on the left side and then the back stretch. They go to the back stretch leading to the start of the sector 2 usually. And onto a right-hander from downhill. They climb up to the chicane and onto the main straight once again. There goes lap 1. Hello to 𝐜𝐥𝐚𝐬𝐬𝐞𝐬. Hello to Ryle, says 𝐜𝐥𝐚𝐬𝐬𝐞𝐬. Watching on the comment section, we see that message. Hello to Cristina de Jesus Magpayo. More power, Patron. Hello to Robin Ocavilio. From your grandma, Cristina de Jesus Magpayo, off of the comments section. These are the Mini Max drivers, with the bar that has been set by Yoan Ang with a 45.877 fastest lap. Yoan Ang, 108 of JVL Racing Team. That's him. And in front of him is 𝐜𝐴LYSA 128, the top spec racing team. Yoan Ang keeping it fire. Super motivated to continue to increase that pace. 45.877 versus 𝐉𝐈𝐿 101, and the second fastest on this lineup. Ryle's time is a 45.888. Just around 1/100th of a second different. The difference actually between Yoan Ang's highest level of pace for this bunch most impressive of them all is Yoan Ang, 108. There goes 𝐜𝐥𝐚𝐬𝐬𝐞𝐬 of JGM. There goes 𝐜𝐥𝐴LYSA. shout out once again going out to our friends from the Patron Car Care Center in 𝐜𝐥𝐚𝐬𝐿. They're sending some special hellos to Formula E Racing Management. And we are here in Carmona, Cavite, the Carmona racetrack, as Patron presents the Super Karting Series, featuring rounds 3 and 4 of the Rotax Max Challenge Philippine Series and rounds 4 and 5 of the Tillotson T4 Cup Philippine Series. We just wrapped it up with Yohan Ang, fastest from JVL Racing Team on the number 108, 45.877. The Mini Max qualifying practice is done. Biggest congrats, Yohan Ang. He's going to be leading the pack come later on to qualifying Heat 1. And the qualifying Heat 1 for our Mini Max is going to happen later on at 11:09. Time right now is 9:36. Up next for their qualifying practice, it'll be the Rotax Max Juniors. Oh yeah, on that cloudy Carmona racetrack. We have not double checked the weather app just yet. With the amount of clouds hovering all over Carmona racetrack over here. But on this shot, you can still see some blue skies. But it's starting to look like it's the late afternoon. 9:36 in the morning. We want you guys to watch this next video once again. Our friends from the Patron Motorsports Karting Academy has some very important messages for all of you.
Welcome to the Patron Motorsport Karting Academy. Young, fast, fearless. Do you have what it takes? From top of the line carts and gear to mechanics and a multi-tiled race mentor. Get to know the basics before the actual drive. Experience the camaraderie with fellow cadets and intermediate karters. Be guided by award-winning assistant coaches. Advanced to a slalom exercise. And learn about racing lines. Walk the track. Get to know the braking and exit points. Follow the leader and apply the racing lines. Get the chance to practice solo drives. Unleash the karter in you at time trials, where the best will prevail. Patron, we groom champions. Welcome to the Patron Motorsport Karting Academy. Young, fast, fearless. Do you have what it takes? From top of the line carts and gear to mechanics and a multi-tiled race mentor. Get to know the basics before the actual drive. Experience the camaraderie with fellow cadets and intermediate karters. being guided by award-winning assistant coaches. Advanced to a slalom exercise. And learn about racing lines. Walk the track. Get to know the braking and exit points. Follow the leader and apply the racing lines. Get the chance to practice solo drives. Unleash the Carter and you at time trials, where the best will prevail.
Rotax Juniors on their qualifying practice live here at the Carmona racetrack for our race weekend of the Super Karting Series from Petron, the Petron Blaze 100. It is round 3 and 4 of the Rotax Max Challenge Philippine Series. Today we're doing round number 4. Yesterday we did round number 3. And it's also rounds 4 and 5 of the Tillotson T4 Cup Philippine Series. Yesterday was round number 4. Today we are making it happen. Round number 5. Hello to Ken Kennedy. Over at the comments section, you are seeing driver number 44, Lewis Hamilton's number. That's Tino Zaragoza of Resultado Racing Team. Tino is 3rd fastest so far. Our fastest is Tyler Twanky, 43.408 by Tyler Twanky, 35. He's there somewhere. Tyler Twanky is from Race Lab Weights and Racing Team, by the way. Yep, the new collaboration, Race Lab in collaboration with Weights and Racing Team. There goes number 38. Marcia Swain Alamo of TRT, Top Spec Racing Team. On a cloudy Carmona racetrack at 9:43 in the morning. Makes you feel like it's already late in the afternoon, but yeah, we're just getting things started. As you can see at the top of your screens, it says qualifying practice. In case you'd like to know, qualifying practice is all about the determinants of our positioning on qualifying heat 1. And during qualifying heat 1, that's where they battle it out for several laps. This is where we find out if they're going to be positioned on the front row, second row. Who's going to be on pole? Stick around. So far, it's looking like it's going to be Dayton Pastor 36 of DRQ Motorsports. Setting the bar at 43.046. Dayton Pastor on the number 36. He's there somewhere. For now, this is Elijah Andy Anna, number 46. He's from VS Racing Motorsport. He's also one of our very exciting, very competitive drivers in this Rotax Max Juniors category. Hello to Amy Anna. Yeah, saying good luck to Elijah Andy Anna. There goes number 35, Tyler Twanky, in the brand new collaboration by Race Lab and Weights and Racing Team. Tyler Twanky, where is he on the list? Well, you're going to know later on, as soon as Joshua allows us to see it. Joshua, where is it, bro? Okay, so Tyler Twanky is the 3rd fastest on the number 35 with a 43.211. Just right behind Elijah Andy Anna. Elijah is our 2nd fastest. Fastest of them all is Dayton Pastor with a 42.891 now. Now, we're going to give you a look at it.
Oh, yeah. Good afternoon, everybody. We are back with live videos going on over here at the Carmona racetrack for the continuation of the Super Karting Series from Petron. The race weekend featuring the Rotax Max Challenge Philippine Series round number 4 for season 2026 and the Tillotson T4 Cup Philippine Series round number 5. Right here on our continuation, based on our schedule, is the T4 Minis and the T4 Cadets. QH2. This is how it goes over here now. Featuring the following drivers: Miguel Bautista at the very front for Drift Motor AMG. Also on the front row is 𝐜𝐈𝐈𝐿 133 from JVL Racing Team. Second row is Alonso Ngo and Ethan Paul Charvet, and then 𝐿𝐥𝐚𝐬𝐬𝐞𝐬 and Torch Florentino, and then Joe Hashimoto. As you can see here, the corridor looking nice, but not nice enough to be given lights out cue. So they're going to have to redo that. Plus also a chance to warm up the tires a little bit more. So we got Joe Hashimoto of Japan joining JGM Racing Team for this T4 Mini T4 Cadet battle. Yeah, Joe is one of our T4 Mini drivers going up against 𝐿𝐥𝐚𝐬𝐬𝐞𝐬 138, a top spec racing team, and 𝐜𝐿𝐈𝐈𝐿𝐿𝐈𝐿 of 133 JVL Racing Team. 𝐜𝐿𝐈𝐈𝐿𝐈𝐿 on the number 133 by JVL Racing Team. He's going to be starting also on the front row. But on top of them all is Miguel Bautista 152. He's the pole position driver for this start. Qualifying Heat 2 from Drift Motor AMG. Miguel 152. Can he retain number 1? He's right there on the left side of the monitors. Red lights are shut, and we go full throttle for these T4 Minis and T4 Cadets. The Tillotson T4 Cup Philippine Series round 5 from Petron. 138 sneaking up. 𝐿𝐥𝐚𝐬𝐬𝐞𝐬 trying to grab the number 1 spot, and he succeeds in doing so right within this first lap. Excellent job by 𝐿𝐥𝐚𝐬𝐬𝐞𝐬. Top spec racing team, staying true to the name. They want to be on top. That's part of their name. Shout out to Michael Dan Dabasol, all for the comment section. Thanks for watching. Hi to TJ Gonzalez. Great to see you guys over here in the comments. And a lot of our viewers from Canada. Judy Kennedy and everybody for Leighton, Canada over here on the comments of our FB Live. Make sure you click share for this Facebook Live broadcast to pop up on your FB wall, and share it also on your stories, so that circle on your social media account will be occupied with action going on over here live at the Carmona racetrack, southern part outside of Metro Manila. This is one of the OG racetracks of the country since the 90s, and we are following the OG track layout from back in the 90s, right before we expanded it to Sector 2. And here's how it goes. Usually they get to the sector, to the extended segment, but they actually make the right turn here for the classic track layout. But we have added up the chicane sector on the main straight. They go downhill from here onto a right-hander for turn number 1 from the start-finish line. And then there goes turn 2 and then turn 3. They are on the elevated sector. They went uphill right there, as you can see, very visible on the camera. Still on the elevated segment here. They make a right-hander, a hairpin right there. There you see it. To be followed by a left-hander, which will allow them to go downhill from here onto the backstretch, and to continue with the downhill slope, preparing for a right-hander to climb up to the main straight. But the main straight will have them making a right-hander to the chicane. There goes the lap for you. 𝐿𝐥𝐚𝐬𝐬𝐞𝐬 on the race lead, followed by Miguel Bautista and Ethan Paul Charvet on third. Ethan Paul Charvet owns the fastest lap of the race so far. Leighton Racing Team's Ethan Paul Charvet 144 with a 48.327.
versus the 48.640 race leader Mikhail Alamo. So it's going to be a good potential for Ethan Paul Charvet to battle it out with Miguel Bautista first. Miguel of Drift Motor AMG now at P2. And then work his way up to challenging the race leader McAllister Alamo 138. McAllister Alamo, now you know. Number 138. He won with 5 laps to go. And the rest of it, well, T4 Mini P2 is with Salahuddin Bayumi of JVL Racing Team. And T4 Mini P3 is Joe Hashimoto of Japan from JGM Racing Team. For the T4 Cadet, P1 goes to Miguel Bautista. P2 goes to Ethan Paul Charvet. And T4 Cadet P3 is Torch Florentino. So top of the T4 Cadet battles is Drift Motor AMG's Miguel Bautista 152. But for the overall fight, as you can see here, McAllister Alamo, P1 overall, P2 for Miguel overall, and P3 for Ethan Paul Charvet overall. And at number 4, Salahuddin Bayumi, trying to catch up to the trio in front of him. He wants to be part of that 3-way battle for a sweet spot number 1. Still McAllister Alamo holding on to that position as Miguel Bautista and Ethan Paul Charvet fight it out as to who's going to take on the task. Who is going to take charge to put pressure on McAllister Alamo? With a lot of those things going on and 3 laps remaining, it's being, well, beneficial, very beneficial for McAllister Alamo here as things get super hectic between Miguel Bautista and Ethan Paul Charvet. As you can see, Ethan Paul Charvet tries to dive on the inside, gets to position number 2 for Waiting Racing Team. Ethan Paul Charvet gets to convert that purple lap earlier of 48.327. He's got the fastest lap, and he's working his way up. Let's see how close he can go, and if he's going to have enough time to catch the race leader, McAllister Alamo. Number 144, Ethan Paul Charvet versus McAllister Alamo in 0.9 of a second. But wait a minute. Yeah, Miguel Bautista making a comeback here. Drift Motor AMG back to P2. Let's see how the exchanges are going to be with 2 laps to go. Plus, in the mix, Salahuddin Bayumi, a JVL Racing Team, our P2 and T4 Mini, and P4 overall gets into this battle for P2 overall. Ethan versus Miguel versus Salahuddin. As McAllister Alamo pulls away for a bigger gap and a more satisfying victory here, flexing his dominance. Back to B2, Ethan Paul Charvet 144. Back to B2, Miguel Bautista 152. Lots of exchanges. Classification changes all throughout. On to the final lap here of this qualifying heat number 2, featuring the T4 Minis and the T4 Cadets. Tillotson T4 Cup Philippine Series presented by Petron. Precision Power Performance, Petron Motorsports. They go non-stop, straight out of the lunch break. Calorie load needed. Hydration, rehydration done. And here they are. The prelude to the final. This is on top of his game. Top spec racing teams. McAllister Alamo 138 takes the checkered flag with nobody else behind him in sight. Close by. P2 goes to Salahuddin Bayumi. P3 for Miguel Bautista. Ethan Paul Charvet at P4, Torch Valentino at P5, Alonso at P6, and Joe Hashimoto at P7. The top 3 goes like that for the T4 Mini, McAllister, followed by Salahuddin, and then Joe Hashimoto. For the T4 Cadet, top 3, Miguel, followed by Ethan Paul, and then Torch. Congratulations on that awesome result for qualifying Heat 2. They are going to return for later on's final. That's going to be, of course, extra exciting. Tillotson T4 Minis and Tillotson T4 Cadets will return later on at 3:05 for the finals in round number 4 of the Tillotson T4 Cup Philippine Series from Petron. That wraps it up, and that's going to make way for the start of our T4 Juniors qualifying Heat 2 featuring 10 laps. If you like that a lot, you're going to like this one a whole lot more. T4 Juniors. Precision Power Performance with Petron Motorsports live here at the Carmona racetrack. And on October 11, as you can see at the bottom of your screens, we got the rolling message here. October 11, 2026 at the Carmona racetrack. Look for Miss Ina at 0928-476-0950 to get your slots, limited slots for the October 11 edition of the Petron Motorsports Karting Academy. So you can become part of these exciting events here on a race weekend for the Super Karting Series from Petron. Congratulations, by the way, to 𝐜𝐈𝐈𝐿. He owns the fastest lap of that qualifying heat number 2 with a 48.313 for JVL Racing Team. Congrats on that, 𝐜𝐈𝐈𝐿. And he finished second fastest overall. And top finisher, of course, is Top Spec Racing Team's McAllister Alamo. T4 Mini's fastest, McAllister Alamo 138. Congrats on the P1 on that checkered flag. If you just started watching, don't forget to click share if this one is not yet visible on your Facebook wall. And make sure you also let it appear on your friend's FB page. Slide it through their DMs, send it over, share it to them. Share it on your stories as well. As you can see on the right, the monitor you're looking at, the pre-grid area. You can also spot the Sparco logo. At the bottom of it is our podium stage. That is where the awarding ceremonies are going to happen. You can also see the Kart Plaza Kart Shop on the right side and the cloudy skies on that segment of the track. But there's going to be, well, we're expecting 50% chance of rain, according to the weather app. But that's going to happen at 8 p.m. Time right now is 1:18, Philippine Standard Time, 1:18. And our T4 juniors roll out. Tillotson T4 for the junior category. With Ashton Chua, 88, leader of the pack here. He's going to be at the very front for JGM Racing Team. Alongside him on the front row is Nico Noriega of 7 Star Garage on the number 70. Second row, you're going to see Robin Juliana Ocavilio, 96, a Top Spec Racing Team. She's going to be alongside Mateo Hippolyta, 99, of Formula E Racing Management. Third row, you're going to see Marcius Rain Alamo, 68, a Top Spec Racing Team, with Zadig De Jesus, 82, a DRQ Motorsports Racing Team. Also Nathan Myers up in here. Enzo Bano, Antonio Rosales, Perry Bucay, and Mauro Mendoza. The corridor looking nice. And lights out. There you go, full throttle. Number 70, Nico Noriega tries to tuck, but Robin Juliana Ocavilio gets the grab. P2 over here. There goes your race leader, Ashton Chua. Oh, there you go. The P2 is the leader of this convoy right behind our race leader. Number 88 is Ashton Chua, a JGM Racing Team. And getting nearer and nearer is Marcius Rain Alamo, actually. Marcius gets to grab position number 2, actually, to challenge Ashton Chua's race lead on this early stage of this 10-lap battle. QH2 are the T4 juniors for round number 5. Yeah, as seen on the top left of your monitors. Look at that, relentless under pressure, and he goes for the inside line move. Marcius Rain Alamo, a little bit of shoulder-to-shoulder movement quickly, and he gets to be at number 1 just like that. Top Spec Racing Team. From one Top Spec Racing Team driver at number 1, McAllister Alamo, to another number 1 over here. Here's Kuya, Marcius Rain Alamo. But wait, Nico Noriega wants to have a taste of the number 1 spot. 7 Star Garage making a move. Here it is. They go nonstop over here. This for the battle for 2, 3, and 4. That is Nico. That is Ashton. That is Robin. Number 88, Ashton Chua, holding everybody else back because he wants to return to the number 1 spot. Get that challenge happening with Marcius Rain Alamo, 68, a Top Spec Racing Team, who is now the race leader with 8 laps remaining. And 𝐜𝐈𝐈𝐄𝐻 of Drift Motor AMG, who's currently at position number 9, just got the purple lap here of 48.396. He's working his way up. That's going to be a nice crawl back to the middle of the pack and knock on the top 3 and hopefully battle for the number 1 position with that amount of pace. You know, the fastest lap of race leader Marcius Rain Alamo is 48.4. Oh, wait a minute. A new purple lap just got established there by Antonio Rosales. Yeah, these drivers now are in the 48s, but B Racing Team's Antonio Rosales in the top 5 is on a 47.6. Wow. B Racing Developments, Antonio Rosales. Watch out for that guy, number 80. He's somewhere behind these guys here in the top 5. So it's Marcius, Ashton, Nico, Robin, and then Antonio. There goes number 98 on your screens. We'll make that 68. Ooh, number 80 making a move again. Antonio Rosales looking like he's entering the... Yeah, he's now in top 4. Overtaking Robin Juliano Alcavillo right there. Pushing back Robin to P5. Antonio's now at P4. Next mission to challenge Nico Noriega's P3. There goes 68 and 88. Marcius getting challenged by Ashton Chua. Finally, Ashton is back to the challenge for a number 1 spot again. Yeah, Ashton Chua started this qualifying heat number 2 at P1. He owes that to the team JGM Racing. That's his team. In front of him is top spec racing team driver Marcius Rain Alamo. Now you know he's at number 1 right over there on the number 68. He's got pace of 48.405. That's his best lap. But others now are entering the 47 mark. So far, no urgency just yet for Marcius Rain Alamo to be in the 47s, because he was able to preserve number 1 with his 48-second laps. But we now have our new race leader trying to pull away. Nico Noriega 70. Look at him. 7-star garage. Nico, 47.9 is his fastest lap. He gets the gift of being the leader of the pack. Plus, Marcius Rain Alamo now stuck at B2, holding up Ashton Chua's campaign to challenge the race leader. But wait a minute, they have returned to the number 1 spot. Sneaky move by Marcius. TRT returning to P1, but Antonio Rosales in the scene. Yeah, earlier from the middle of the pack to the number 1 spot, Antonio Rosales. B Racing Development is doing it again. So Antonio Rosales here. 4 laps to go. Whoa. And Marcius Rain Alamo, you know, he's not going to give it up easily. Despite all the other challengers coming in. There's number 96, Robin Juliano Alcavillo returning. She's back in the top 3 here. Marcius, P2, Antonio at number 1, and then Robin inside the top 3. And it's for others over here, around 4 or 3 of them, to have that opportunity to be at P2 and P3. Following the slipstream, look at that. Tailgating. Robin Juliana Alcavillo finding the pace that she wants. Going up against teammate Marcius Rain Alamo. They are the TRT drivers taking care of positions 2 and 3 as Antonio Rosales 80 of B Racing Team gets to run away. His race lead now has increased to 0.7 of a second. That's huge enough for him to be separated from this trio fighting for positions 2, 3, and 4. So who's going to be second best at the end of this qualifying heat number 2? We're going to find out among that trio. And for positions 5, 6, and 7, there's also a 3-way battle going on over there. Marcius Rain Alamo so far looking like he's going to be able to secure a very important second to the top finish on this qualifying heat 2. Right on time for the final. Or could this be also a tactic? Entering the final. But they have to be able to get that amount of point, the amount of points needed to strategically position themselves for the final. Antonio Rosales, the owner of the fastest lap over here, enters the final lap of this QH2 as the race leader. 47.639, fastest lap of this qualifying heat. That's courtesy of driver number 80 of B Racing Team. He's there somewhere. You're looking at number 70, Nico Noriega of 7 Star Garage. Now here's our race leader, ready for his checkered flag moment. Downhill from here. Right-hander uphill over there. Chicane time. And onto the main straight with celebrations on the checkered flag. Congratulations, Antonio Rosales, followed by Marcius Rain Alamo and then Nico Noriega. Your top 3 for this Tillotson T4 Juniors QH2. Robin finished at P4, Ashton at P5, Mateo at P6, Harry at P7, Zadig at P8, Enzo at P9, Nathan at P10, and Mauro at P11. Take a look at it. 47.638 is the fastest lap of that qualifying heat by our top finisher, Antonio Rosales, 80, B Racing Development. He's going to start the final at the very front. And that's going to be the trophy opportunity coming your way for later on. Yeah, these Tillotson T4 Juniors are going to be back later on at around 3:30. Time right now is 1:28. Thanks for watching our FB Live broadcast. Share it now on your Facebook wall. Hello to James Aaron Chu, by the way. James says good luck to Kyle Arozal. Good luck also to Alejandro San Juan. Good luck to Rai Hieronimo. Oh, Raimonimo, it says here. And good luck also to Charles Marcus Tan, James Salem, Leighton Kennedy, and Mateo Elijah Ann. From James Aaron Chu off of the comment section. Thank you for watching this Facebook Live broadcast, available on the T4 Series Pilipinas Facebook account and the Rotax Max Challenge Philippine Series Facebook page. Click share so you could catch, or your friends as well could catch the action of some of the most talented drivers in the world of kart racing here in this side of Asia, in the Southeast Asian beautiful islands of the Philippines. We are in Luzon. We are in Cavite, in the southern part outside of Metro Manila. On the right side of your monitors, those are our T4 seniors over at the pre-grid area. They're ready to do battle for qualifying heat number 2. 12 laps for them. At the pre-grid area, you could also see our podium stage where the awarding ceremonies are going to happen later on. You can also see the huge Patron Sprint arc, the kart shop from Kart Plaza on the right side, and the start-finish line under that Yamaha Racing arc, right behind the Yamaha Racing arc, in the middle of the Precision Power Performance Patron Motorsports arc and the Yamaha Racing arc. This is what Carmona Racing looks like. Carmona Racetrack, actually. There goes a brand new building where our race officials are at, and our very comfortable cafeteria where a lot of our VIPs get to watch the race in an air-conditioned facility. Hey, you can see it, that brand new looking building right beside the Toyota Gazoo Racing logo. Yeah, Toyota Gazoo Racing is part of our campaign for the Patron Motorsports Karting Academy. They join us in our pursuit to find some of the best talents off of our Patron Motorsports Karting Academy. Thank you to our friends from TGR, Toyota Gazoo Racing, by Toyota Motor Philippines. And if you want to be part of the next Bertrand Motorsports Karting Academy, you got to look for Ina, Y-N-A, at the bottom of your screens. There goes her number. Her Viber number is 0928-476-0950. That's 0928-476-0950. The next Bertrand Motorsports Karting Academy happens on October 11, 2026 at the Carmona racetrack, right here at the Carmona racetrack. Slots are still available. Grab it while it is still available. Other schedules of the Bertrand Motorsports Karting Academy have been full. Thank you for your support, and we look forward to meeting brand new talents, future talents of Philippine motorsport. Here goes our T4 seniors. The Tillerson T4 Cup Philippine Series from Bertrand. This one has 𝐜𝐈𝐕𝐄𝐒 76, a drift motor racing team. He's going to start this QH2 at the #1 spot alongside James Salem 57 of DRQ Motorsports. Top ladies class driver is 𝐜𝐕𝐄𝐻 907 Star Garage. And she's going to be starting on the 3rd row alongside Marcus Charles Tan 89 of Mercedes Drivers Development Racing Team. Right in front of them is 𝐕𝐈𝐌 72 of DRQ Motorsports, alongside 𝐕𝐵 52 of 𝐅/S Racing Team. The rest of the pack goes like this: Sandro, Carlota, Tristan Lavarias, Wax Dayada, Joshua Parsha, Jaime Almario, Lindsay Mariel Tulfo, Adam Lopez, Zafira Abisado, Yana Castillo. Red lights are still on. They got to do another round, another round, another round. On the rolling start formation, they got to have a nicer looking corridor. The lines have to be straight. Gaps of each driver has got to be equal before our race officials would deem it worthy of lights out cue. And they do battle for a crucial position on the final right after this qualifying heat 2. So for our T4 seniors, for later on's final, they're going to be returning at around 3:45. Time right now is 1:33. It is going to be 12 laps for this qualifying heat number 2. Oh, that looks much better. Led by 𝐜𝐈𝐕𝐄𝐒 76, a drift motor racing team. James Salem is also there in the front row from DRQ Motorsports. James is on the 57. 𝐜𝐈 is on the number 76. 𝐜𝐈 is on the left side of your screen right now. He's going to be granted inside line on the turn 1. 12 laps of this T4 senior battle begins now. Oh, somebody got stuck right there on the grassy tire barrier as well. But you know, I think he's going to be able to rejoin. He or she, we're going to find out. That was close. Looking like, yeah, another, hopefully, no damage incurred. No drop bumper violations are incurred. There's 𝐜𝐈𝐕𝐄𝐒, Drift Motor Racing Team, preserving P1. Who's breathing down his neck? Number 89, Charles Marcus Tan of Mercedes Drivers Development Racing Team. On to the outside goes one of our opponents here, cooking up a less momentum loss option and succeeds with that move. Number 89 goes to the #1 spot. Charles Marcus Tan is our new race leader. Charles Marcus Tan of Mercedes Drivers Development. But wait a minute. Number 76, 𝐜𝐈𝐕𝐄𝐒 making a move to return to the race lead. Plus P3 close by. Sandra Carlota of Drift Motor AMG. We have a fresh set of names here. Bubbling under. Charles Marcus Tan. There's Sandra Carlota. There's also the appearance of Rai Geronimo on the lineup. Plenty of time. If you're going to look at the top right of your screens, it says here, 10 laps to go. Charles Marcus Tan with P1 on that number 89. And the new challenger emerges right behind him. That is former number 1, 𝐜𝐈𝐕𝐄𝐒, 76. We continue with these battles here. In case you are wondering where our ladies drivers are at, it is led by Kimi Noriega. Kimi on the number 90 of 7 Star Garage just established the fastest lap of this race. She did a 47.595, and she is number 1 in the ladies category. She's number 7 overall so far, and you watch out in 9 laps time where she is going to say hello to the checkered flag with that level of pace. She's one of the first few to be in the 47s. Others are doing 48s. Race leaders' best time is a 48.3. Charles Marcus Tan, 89, at position number 1. Followed by 𝐜𝐈𝐕𝐄𝐒, followed by Sandro Carlotta, your top 3. Mercedes Drivers Development Racing Team, followed by Drip Motor Racing Team, followed by the collaboration of Drip Motor AMG. But wait, Rye gets to the top 3. DRQ Motorsports now in the top 3, courtesy of Rye Geronimo on the number 72. Shout out to Elsa Morales Luna on the comments saying, hello, let's go, Charles Marcus Tan. Keep it going. Yuto Imamura says, let's go, DRQ. DRQ represented by Rye Geronimo, 72 in the top 3. Rye 72. There he is, right at the back of 𝐜𝐈𝐕𝐄𝐒. Charles Marcus Tan on P1 once again. Oh, allow me to correct myself. 𝐜𝐈𝐕𝐄𝐒 back at number 1. Number 76 is our race leader. But now it's up for grabs. The race lead is up for grabs. 2 challengers brewing something up. Number 76 maintains to defend P1 here, while Charles Marcus Tan keeping an eye on the new challenger from DRQ Motorsports, Rye Geronimo, 72, finding the pace to challenge for the race lead. Kimi Noriega still holds on to the ladies class P1 spot, followed by Lindsay Marielle Tufo, 62. She's at P2 so far in the ladies category. And Zafira Abisada, 66. Top 3 in the ladies category. So we got here 7 Star Garage, best in the ladies category, followed by Top Spec Racing Team, courtesy of Lindsay, 62. And JGM Racing Team in the top 3, courtesy of Zafira, 66 for the ladies category. Kimi Noriega, she still has the fastest lap over here of 47.5. But she's still on a hectic day at the office, still at spot number 7. So it's Caleb at P1, followed by Charles, and then Rye, your top 3. Yeah, that's number 76, 𝐜𝐈𝐕𝐄𝐒, a Drift Motor Racing Team, maintaining the race lead. So Caleb, Charles, and Rye, and then James, and then Sandro, and then Vito, and then Kimi. Followed by Joshua, and then Adam, and then Tristan, and then Lindsay, and then Zafira, followed by Jaime, and Yana, and Wax. 15 drivers for this Tillotson T4 senior category, including some of the best ladies class drivers. Number 57, James Salem of DRQ Motorsports. A closer look at him inside the top 4. He's keeping an eye on which of the trio he is looking at in front of him, closer now in front of him. He's going to have to fight with, because things are going to be intensified from this moment on, because we are now on our final 4 laps. This is qualifying heat number 2 of our T4 seniors with the 168s and the ladies class drivers. As you can see at the top left of your screens, QH2 for round number 5 of our Tillotson T4 Cup Philippine Series from Patron. Caleb maintaining the race lead, holding up everybody here, eyeing for a cleaner air opportunity coming the start of the finals. Here it is, final 3. So far nobody's inserting themselves on the inside line here onto turn 1. Maybe right after this lap. On the OG track layout we are doing over here, the classic track layout of the OG racetrack here in the South, Carmona racetrack, the CRT here in Carmona, Cavite. Straight out of the 90s, man, straight out of the 90s. But they're now on the backstretch sector, downhill from here, right-hander uphill, and a new chicane got added up. There it is to their right side, and they go back to the main straight. Low drag mode, straight line mode. They duck their head. And there goes turn 1, turn 2, and turn 3. 76 still on the race lead. Excellent job in defending this one. 𝐜𝐈𝐕𝐄𝐒 is his name. Drift Motor Racing Team prepared that machine he's using. Is making good use of it. Benefiting a whole lot for it. Rai Geronimo is now at P2, but suddenly James Salem gets in the scene. The DRQ Motorsports boys at positions 2 and 3. That's James Salem now at number 2. Can he make it to fight 𝐜𝐈𝐕𝐄𝐒 for the number 1 spot? James Salem, 57. Close by, 0.4 of a second earlier. On the final lap. That's Charles Marcus Hand, number 89. We're seeing it right over here. He's at position number 3. Here goes for 1 and 2. 𝐜𝐈 versus James. Suddenly they have separated themselves from the rest of the grid. And here it goes for that checkered flag moment. Looking like it is going to be 𝐜𝐈𝐕𝐄𝐒 with a satisfying win. Plus the emergence of James Salem, 57. P2, followed by Charles Marcus Tan, 89, P3. And the rest goes. Kimi Noriega, 7 Star Garage, finishes at the top of the list of our ladies category. P2 for the ladies division is Lindsay Marielle, 2462, a top spec racing team. P3 for the ladies category is Zafira Avisado, 66, a JGM racing team. Congrats once again, Kimi. Kimi also wraps up that qualifying heat as the fastest lap-wise. Her fastest lap is 47.595, which is the fastest overall. Fastest lap of race leader 𝐜𝐈𝐕𝐄𝐒 is 48.1. Too bad Kimi Noriega ran out of time. Maybe if we added a few more laps, she could try to convert that fastest lap to challenge our race leader. But of course, it's a star-studded cast. A lot of talented drivers got in her way. A lot of other talented drivers got in her way. Charles Marcus Tan in the top 3 for Mercedes Drivers Development Racing Team. And James Salem, 57 of DRQ Motorsports, gets to grab second best on that finish. And it was unstoppable for 𝐜𝐈𝐕𝐄𝐒 right at the very peak of that challenge. Drift Motor Racing Team 76 finished at number 1. Prepare yourselves for their finals later on. Our Tillotson T4 Cup Philippines Series Senior Division drivers are going to make a return at 3:45. Philippine Standard Time is 1:45 based on our schedules over here. The Mini-Max drivers are on for their qualifying heat 2. Qualifying heat number 2 with 8 laps. Get ready for Mini-Max, because we're also making it happen today. The Rotax Max Challenge Philippine Series from Patron Blaze 100. alongside our Tillotson T4 Cup Philippine Series, also from Petron, for an exhilarating Super Karting Series weekend. The message continues to remind you right there at the bottom of your screens, so you can join in on the October 11th edition happening at the Carmona racetrack, the Petron Motorsports Karting Academy. Miss Ina is ready to accommodate your inquiries, reservations for slots that are still available for the October 11th edition of the Petron Motorsports Karting Academy, supported by TGR, Toyota Gazoo Racing, and Sparco Philippines. Have a chat with Miss Ina on Viber at 0928-476-0950. To know more about it, take a look at this, the Petron Motorsports Karting Academy.
Welcome to the Petron Motorsport Karting Academy. Young, fast, fearless. Do you have what it takes? From top-of-the-line carts and gear to mechanics and a multi-tiled race mentor. Get to know the basics before the actual drive. Experience the camaraderie with fellow cadets and intermediate karters. Be guided by award-winning assistant coaches. Advanced to a slalom exercise. And learn about racing lines. Walk the track. Get to know the braking and exit points. Follow the leader and apply the racing lines. Get the chance to practice solo drives. Unleash the karter in you at time trials, where the best will prevail. Petron, we groom champions.
Cloudy skies in the background here. The Carmona racetrack. On the weather app, we are expecting 50% chance of rain, 5-0. But that's going to happen at 6 p.m. Earlier it was 8 p.m. and then it became 7 p.m. and now it's 6 p.m. That's how the forecast goes. It continues to change. And we're going to give you updates for these strategists to find out what should be done. Live here at the Carmona racetrack, they roll out the Minimax drivers, featuring the novices and the experts. 𝐜𝐥𝐚𝐬𝐬𝐞 at the very front on the number 108 from JVL Racing Team with 𝐷𝐼𝐈𝐌𝐄 on 101. Starting up alongside him on this qualifying heat number 2. Second row, you'll see 𝐷𝐼𝐈𝐿𝐴 118, a JVL Racing Team teammate to pole position driver 𝐜𝐥𝐚𝐬𝐿. Adam McGlenn is also on the second row on the number 103. He represents Resultado Racing Team. Asher Lako on the third row on the 116 from JGM Racing Team, alongside Mikasa Alamo 128, a top spec racing team. There's also Triple One racer Mateo Milson Caceres of CNC Motorsports in collaboration with One Team PH in collaboration with Jordan Racing. They continue to warm up their tires with the cloudy skies going on. No hot sun beaming down on the track. So they got to find a way to get temperatures on those tires for the grip levels that they are used to with hot weather going on. But now The sun is hiding behind some of the clouds hovering on top of Carmona racetrack here. Beneficial to our track marshals and our video team members from Mad Films. They're not going to have to work much harder. 𝐜𝐥𝐚𝐬𝐬𝐞 on the left side of your monitors. And off they go. They go full throttle over here. 𝐜𝐥𝐚𝐬𝐬𝐞. Can he maintain P1? Looking like he is at position 1 still. There he is. 𝐜𝐥𝐚𝐬𝐬𝐞 108, a JVL racing team. Making it look like basic. That's how he did it during qualifying heat 1 in the morning sessions a few ago. Yeah, for the after lunch sessions, this is how he's making it happen. Building up the momentum from there, picking it up the way he should. 𝐜𝐥𝐚𝐬𝐬𝐞 of JVL Racing Team, impressive. I'm sure everybody from JVL Racing Team are so proud of this work being done by the young driver, 𝐜𝐥𝐚𝐬𝐬𝐞. Blistering lap after blistering lap. Starting from the qualifying practice to qualifying heat 1 and on to here now, qualifying heat number 2. He's right there at the very top. Guess who's behind him? Teammate 𝐜𝐈𝐈𝐿𝐈𝐿. 118 is 𝐜𝐈𝐈𝐈𝐿. Another one from JVL Racing Team. Definitely JVL Racing Team has done an excellent job here preparing these weaponry, these weapons for the boys of JVL Racing Team. You just saw 𝐷𝐈𝐈𝐿 101 of VS Racing Motorsport. There's also Asher Laco, followed by Mikhailisa Alamo, followed by Adam McGlenn, and then Mateo Milson Caceres, and then Asher Laco. Mateo gets a position upgrade here against Asher Laco. Oh, wait a minute. Yeah, there's a big probability the Sunday edition for 𝐜𝐥𝐚𝐬𝐬𝐞 is going to be this stellar. Masterful result so far for 𝐜𝐥𝐚𝐬𝐬𝐞 of JVL Racing Team. Nobody has found a formula to stop him, especially if you have 𝐜𝐈𝐈𝐿𝐈𝐿, who is as fast right behind race leader 𝐜𝐥𝐚𝐬𝐬𝐞 and 𝐜𝐈𝐈𝐿𝐈𝐿. JVL Racing Team for a 1-2 here. 𝐷𝐈𝐈𝐿 101 just did a purple lap, by the way. VS Racing Motorsports getting ready to unleash a disturbance for this 1-2 dominance of JVL Racing Team with 5 laps to go. Watch out for 𝐷𝐈𝐿 101's return to the #1 spot. But first he's going to have to try to overtake a very capable, very defensive driver as well, 𝐜𝐈𝐈𝐿𝐈𝐿. It's not going to be so easy to overtake 𝐜𝐈𝐈𝐿, that's for sure. That's going to be a very exciting, something to look forward to here on this Mini Max qualifying heat number 2. Plus an awesome dance going on over. Good choreography by the JVL Racing Team boys. Keeping it up for the 1-2 campaign of the team here. 𝐜𝐥𝐚 still on P1, 𝐜𝐈𝐈𝐿 on P2, with 𝐷𝐈𝐿 around 0.5 of a second behind 𝐜𝐈𝐈𝐿. And 2.1 seconds later, you're going to see Mikhailisa Alamo. 0.5 of a second later is Asher Laco. 0.3 of a second after Asher Laco is Adam McGlenn. And then 1.1 seconds later, Mateo Milson Caceres to complete our lineup. 3 laps to go. It is the spot where 𝐷𝐈𝐿 should be closer to the tail of 𝐜𝐈𝐈𝐿 to challenge for the #2 spot first and work his way to challenging the race leader. But looking at the level of pace, best lap for 𝐷𝐈𝐿 is 46.038. While the best lap of 𝐜𝐈𝐈𝐿, 45.9. If you were 𝐷𝐈𝐿, what you gonna do? What are you going to do? How are you gonna solve that puzzle? Shout out to the fans of Adam McGlenn. Hello to Lala Lazaro Ore, rooting for Adam McGlenn. Adam is at position #6 for Resultado Racing Team. for the Minimax Experts battle. But Rao will be, of course, the top finisher in the Minimax Experts over here, even if he's going to finish P3 overall. He's going to be at the top of the game in the Experts division. Second fastest in the Minimax Experts is 𝐷𝐈𝐈𝐿𝐄 116, a JGM racing team. And third fastest in the Minimax Experts is Adam McGlenn of 𝐷𝐈𝐈𝐿𝐄 racing team. So it's going to be a spot to the top 3 for Adam McGlenn over here in the Minimax Experts division. 2 laps ago, you are looking at 111 Mateo Milson Caceres, representing CNC Motorsports, collaborating with One Team PH, collaborating with Jordan Racing. Part of the Minimax Experts battles. 108 is Johan Ang on the final lap of this campaign by JVL Racing Team for a 1-2 finish in the Minimax Novice category. Minimax Novice Johan Ang is top of his game here. He's been unstoppable, coming up with phenomenal performances since the morning. Same goes his teammate 𝐜𝐿𝐳 Bayoumi 118. Definitely, it's a beautiful Sunday for JVL Racing Team. Their strongest drivers are very much up there. Congrats, Johan. Congrats, 𝐜𝐿𝐳. And of course, Ryle, your top 3 overall. And your top 3 for the novices, Johan, 𝐜𝐿𝐳, and McAllister. For the experts, it's Ryle, followed by Asher, followed by Adam. Yep. So for the experts category, we had BS Racing Motorsports right there at number 1. Followed by JGM Racing Team, courtesy of 𝐷𝐈𝐿𝐄. And then Adam McGlenn of 𝐷𝐈𝐿𝐄 Racing Team in the top 3 for the Minimax Experts. On that wrap up to qualifying heat number 2. The Minimax Novices and Experts. Congrats, top finishers. Johan Ang, number 1 overall. And 𝐜𝐿𝐳 Bayoumi, he clocked in the fastest lap of that qualifying heat number 2. 45.9. The only driver who was able to clock in the 45s. Excellent job, 𝐜𝐿𝐳 Bayoumi 118 from JVL Racing Team. But the biggest congrats of them all belongs to Johan Ang, who's been doing a cracking job holding on to the sweet spot number 1. Johan 108 from JVL Racing Team. Huge, huge congratulations to you. They will return for the Minimax Finals later on, happening at 4 o'clock, around 4:10 in the afternoon. The Minimax drivers are going to be back for the finals at round number 3 of the battles here. Allow me to correct myself, for round number 5. Or actually, round 4 and round 3 are happening for the Rotax Max Challenge. It's round 4 and 5 for the Tillerson T4 Cup Philippine Series. That is what is happening. So that'll be the finals for round number 4 of our Minimax drivers, happening later on at 4:11 in the afternoon. Make sure you catch that. That'll be 12 laps later on for those Minimax drivers. On the pre-grid area, you can see them on the right side of your screens here. This is QH2 for the Rotax Max Juniors. I'm sure you had a lot of fun watching the Minimax drivers battle it out. Get ready for the juniors here. Presented by Patron Blaze 100, they're going to give you more of the exciting dogfights that you all deserve to watch as these young drivers here flex their talents in the Rotax Max Juniors division for round number 4 of the RMC Philippine Series, the Rotax Max Challenge Philippine Series from Patron Blaze 100. This one's going to feature Dayton Pastor of Dr. Q, or DRQ Motorsports Racing Team, owned by some of the best doctors in the country, Mr. and Mrs. Dr. Quiñones. They are DRQ Motorsports, and they have found this talent named Dayton Pastor on the number 36, son of the Super Lap Battle champion of the Don Pastor, international racing driver, the Don Pastor. The guy responsible for the Super Touring Festival, which will have a kickstart at Clark International Speedway this July. Yeah, you can double check the STF, the Super Touring Festival FB page, and be part of the next race weekend for the BGRC, the Bracket and Grid Racing Championships. Yeah, the STF is going to be part of that weekend. Take a look at it. Number 36 there, Dayton Pastor of DRQ Motorsports. He's the top driver and heading to this qualifying heat number 2. With Tyler Twanke of Race Lab Weights and Racing Team on the number 35, who will also be rolling out on the front row, followed by Elijah Andy Anna on the second row on the number 46. Elijah from VS Racing Motorsports with Augusto Mata 47 on that second row for Resultado Racing Team. Third row, you'll see Tino Zaragoza 44. He is also from Resultado Racing Team. Also on the third row is Marcius Wayne Alamo 38 of Top Spec Racing Team. TRT. Here they go. For this Rotax Max Junior Division, it shall be 14. No, not that. That's for the final later on. This is 10 laps of this. As you can see at the top right of your screens. Red lights at the bottom left. When we shut down those red lights, they go full throttle. There they go. Dayton Pastor at number 1. Still at number 1. Who's at number 2? Elijah Andiana was having a peak at number 2 there. And suddenly number 35 was able to sneak in. Tyler Twanke now at P2. Race Lab, in collaboration with Weights and Racing Team, that's Danzo Waiton's racing team collaborating with Race Lab, has Tyler Twanke's weaponry here prepped and impressive with the results of that preparation. Tyler Twanke is at position 2 here, ready to challenge the race leader, Dayton Pastor. Dayton Pastor at DRQ Motorsports at number 1. Looking over his shoulder, double checking how far Tyler Twanke is. Tyler is getting pressurized by Elijah Andy Anna. That'll be an awesome opportunity for Dayton Pastor to continue on with this campaign. Shout outs to Amy Anna. Amy is watching from the Middle East. Where in the Middle East, Amy? Thank you so much for the support. Yeah, Amy Anna is rooting for Elijah Andy Anna. VS Racing Motorsports, P3 driver here now on the number 46. He's right there being patient with a lot of time involved. 9 laps. So far, his pace is 45.962, his fastest time. Now it's a 43.583, but Tyler Twanke is still better than that with a 43.565. That's why he's right there at position number 2. Number 35, Tyler Twanke of Race Lab, collaborating with Weighton Racing Team. But the fastest of them all is the owner of the Purple Lab. 43.283 is the Purple Lab by Dayton Pastor, race leader on that number 36. Up there on your screens, number 36, Dayton Pastor. P1. So it's Dayton, followed by Tyler, followed by Elijah, followed by Augusto Mate at position number 4. And Tino Zaragoza at position number 5. And Marcius Wayne Alamo at position number 6. The Rotax Max Juniors, presented by Patron Blaze 100. The 100 octane fuel from Patron. Patron Blaze 100, the fuel of kart racing. These are some of our fastest in the category. Rotax Juniors, you're looking at number 47, Augusto Mate. He is ready to challenge Elijah Andy Anna to be in the top 3. There he goes. He's getting closer to number 46. Number 46 is Elijah. And right behind Augusto Mate is Tino Zaragoza. They are both from Resultado Racing Team, Augusto Mate and Tino Zaragoza. Yes, we were looking at Augusto Mate right there. He owns the new purple lap of this race with 6 laps remaining. Augusto Mate's new fastest lap is 43.253, which is the fastest lap of this qualifying heat number 2. Augusto Mate. So it's Dayton, P1, Tyler, number 35. There goes Dayton right there. And around 0.6 of a second later, we're going to see Tyler Twanky. Yeah, that race lead looks like that. That's around 0.8 of a second. In kart racing, you know, that's how tight it becomes. Those milliseconds really count a lot. So crucial. And there goes some of the exchange. Ooh! Some wheel banging moments, and hopefully no drop bumper violations got incurred on those rubbing moments. Yeah, a little bit of contact went on. So changes, but still Tyler Twanky gets to maintain here, getting nearer to Dayton Pastor. Earlier it was 0.8 of a second. Let's see how far is Dayton Pastor now. Still it is. Oh, wow. 0.1073. So Dayton Pastor's race lead continues to increase. Aha. And Augusto Mate and Tino and Elijah battle it out. Augusto now has entered the top 3. Augusto Mate 47 is your P3 driver, followed by Tino Zaragoza, followed by Elijah and Deanna. Those are for 3, 4, and 5. Resultado Racing Team for 3 and 4. And VS Racing Motorsports for position number 5. Elijah and Deanna has got 4 laps to make a return to the top 3. That's the least they could do for now. Leveling up their game are the Resultado Racing Team boys, following good advice from Coach Milo Rivera of Resultado Racing Team. Yeah, he's the guy responsible sharing knowledge. You know, Milo Rivera, racing champion in several motorsport disciplines. But of course, Elijah and Deanna also coached by some of the best from VS Racing Motorsports. Part of the team, VS Racing Motorsports, is actually our Carter of the year 2025, Jolo Suba. Yeah, Jolo is part of VS Racing Motorsport. Teammate to Augusto Mate. I'll make that Elijah and Deanna. And Augusto Mate maintains position 3. Tino Zaragoza maintains position 4. How is Elijah and Deanna going to solve that puzzle? Find out in 2 laps. That's around just a little bit, a minute from now. Yeah, because a lap is around 43.195 seconds here. That's according to Dayton Pastor, the race leader. Dayton Pastor owns the fastest lap of the race now. There he is, number 36. His final lap is about to begin with no contention going on behind him, nowhere near. His race lead has increased to 1.7 seconds. And he continues to create lap after lap in purple. Another new fastest lap by Dayton Pastor, 36. 43.183 is a new purple on this qualifying heat number 2 for Rotax Max Juniors. This man, this young man, his grandfather is a racer, dad is a racer, uncle is an international renowned racer as well. Same goes his dad, by the way. Running in the jeans, making them super proud. Here he goes, ready for his dominant checkered flag moment. Dayton Pastor, DRQ Motorsports, under the helm of Coach Miguel Quiñones. There you go. Dayton Pastor, number 1, followed by Tyler Twanky. And Augusto Mate steals the fastest lap record on this qualifying heat number 2. The new purple by Augusto Mate, 47, in the top 3 is 43.0. Excellent job, Augusto, preserving P3 for Resultado Racing Team. And of course, he was also unbeatable in that second to the top position. Tyler Twanky is what I'm talking about. on the number 35 for Waiton Racing Team in collaboration with Race Lab. Awesome job. Very impressive by these young gentlemen of the Rotax Juniors Division. Presented to you by Patron Blaze 100. The rest of the finishers go like this. Tino Zaragoza at P4 for Resultado Racing Team. Elijah Andy Anna P5 on the number 46 for VS Racing Motorsports. And TRT, Top Spec Racing Team's Marcius Rain Alamo 38 for P6. The finals for the Rotax Juniors happens later on at around 4:30. Make sure you catch that. The return to grab the trophy, the biggest trophy at the podium. Yeah, we're going to have the awarding ceremonies later on, that's for sure. Make sure you stick around for that as well. If you have not done the sharing of this FB Live just yet, go ahead and do it. Presented to you by Patron. There goes a look at the podium stage. That's where the awarding ceremonies are going to happen before the day ends and hopefully before the rain starts. Rain probability is 50%, 50% chance of rain happening at 6 p.m. Time right now is 2:12. No hot sun at 2 in the afternoon, beaming down on the track. So these drivers are going to have to adjust accordingly to track levels available with this type of weather. Now get ready for 𝐿𝐥𝐚𝐬𝐬𝐞𝐬 of VS Racing Motorsport. The pre-grid area, as we can see right here. And he's doing some stretching. 𝐿𝐥𝐚𝐬𝐬𝐞𝐬, that's him. Of VS Racing Motorsport. Led by Coach Jolo Suba, a.k.a. Carter of the Year 2025, a.k.a. Golden Wheel awardee, Jolo Suba, part of VS Racing Motorsports. That's their top driver in the Rotax Senior Division, 𝐿𝐥𝐚𝐬𝐬𝐞𝐬. Number 6 is his race number. He's going to be starting alongside Thomas Apuleshe, number 16 on the front row. Thomas is from RS Racing Team under Coach Ryan C. Ryan C is also a renowned racing champion. International racing driver, has represented Team Philippines abroad. Ryan C of RS Racing Team. And the top driver here so far in the Rotax Senior Division is Thomas Apuleshe, the French driver based in Palawan. The beautiful beaches of Palawan is where he's from. The dedication of the family is so impressive. Make sure he balances school, does his homework, and then he gets to fly to Luzon to join us here. From Palawan, Thomas Apuleshe, and he's right there on the number 16 on the rightmost of the screen. And on his right side is number 19, Ethan Cabiltes of Formula E Racing Management under Coach Papa Els. Coach to Bianca Bustamante, Papa Els. That's his team, Formula E Racing Management. And that is Ethan Cabiltes, number 19. He's starting on the second row. Alongside the teammate of Thomas Apuleshe, Audric Fernando, number 12. Where's Audric, number 12? There he goes. He's at the back of 𝐿𝐥𝐚𝐬𝐬𝐞𝐬. So 2 of the RS Racing Team drivers are in the top 4. For Thomas is on the front row. Audric is on the second row. And Audric is going to be given the opportunity to be on the slipstream of 𝐿𝐥𝐚𝐬𝐬𝐞𝐬. As you can see, he's right there on the number 12. That's going to be an awesome spot to be at as well. Capitalize on it, and he could grab a number 2 easy and pressurize 𝐿𝐥𝐚, or try to give an opportunity for Thomas to maintain position number 2. That's how the team's strategy could go. Hi to Lala Ore. Shout out to Ana Lisa Panya. Hello, Ana Lisa from Lala Lazaro Ore. Thanks so much for watching, and thanks for letting us know you are having us with whatever is going on over here on a nice Sunday afternoon. Thank you for making us part of your beautiful Sunday afternoon. We are broadcasting live from the Carmona racetrack. The Rotax Max Senior Division, featuring our Clubman drivers as well. Presented by Patron Blaze 100. Red lights, so on. When we shut it down, there you go. Full throttle. Here we go. Wait a minute. Oh, running out of space. Hopefully he didn't drop his bumper with that moment. Number 16 is at the number 1 spot. That is Thomas Poulichet. Wow, he made it look easy. The grab on the number 1 spot against 𝐿𝐥𝐚𝐬𝐬𝐞𝐬. So we're going to be up for some serious battles over here. 𝐿𝐥𝐚𝐬𝐬𝐞𝐬, number 6 of VS Racing Motorsport, versus Thomas Poulichet, the new race leader. The RS Racing Team, number 16, Thomas Poulichet at P1. Right behind him, 𝐿𝐥𝐚𝐬𝐬𝐞𝐬 of VS Racing Motorsports. And he's going to be out to make a comeback here. But you all know Thomas Poulichet has been having a brilliant race weekend. He's been at it just like that. Give him a chance to enjoy clean air. He gets to pull away. He actually has the fastest lap of the previous, around 44.094. The previous lap by Thomas Poulichet, 44.0, while JC's is a 44.5. That is 0.5 of a millisecond difference. 0.5 of a second difference. But that's how close it is. That race gap, 0.4 of a second. But it gets bigger on some sectors of the track, especially on straight line mode, less drag mode. They duck their head. Yeah, the formerly DRS mode in Formula One, they call it now. Straight line mode, less drag mode with active aero available. But over here, it is also active aero available for these guys. When they duck their head, that's their active aero feature. They get less drag when they duck their head on the main straight. There goes the chicane they have added. There he goes. He ducks his head. Active aero activated. Thomas Poulichet maintains position 1. RS Racing Team with another purple here, courtesy of Thomas Poulichet, number 16. He has set the bar to 42.8. Fastest lap of this Rotax Max Senior qualifying heat number 2 is 42.8. First in the 42s over here, and the only one in the 42s so far. Thomas Poulichet, 16. So impressive. That's a great combo, I guess, you know. A French driver who has now found a home in the Philippines in Palawan. And awesome result over here for him. But 𝐿𝐥𝐚𝐬𝐬𝐞𝐬 is maintaining patience here, just close by. Plus, for positions 4 and 5, you're seeing Audrey Fernando and Miguel Cañones battle it out. You heard that right. Miguel Cañones is on this lineup. He's in the top 5. The multiple times Golden Wheel awardee, Miguel Q of DRQ Motorsports, in the top 5 at weaponry number 4. There he is. You could see that. Racing suit signature color. Putting pressure on Audrey Fernando, teammate of race leader Thomas Poulichet. Audrey of RS Racing Team at position number 4 on the number 12. There goes DRQ Motorsports' top coach, multiple times winner. There he is making a move, getting the upgrade. In P4 he goes. Miguel Cañones. Audrey Fernando, how is he going to respond to that stealing of his P4 spot? But look at that pace by Miguel Q. It's a 42.8. Joining the ranks of Thomas Poulichet, 𝐿𝐥𝐚𝐬𝐬𝐞𝐬, Thomas at P1, JC at P2. Miguel Q has got pace to be in the top 3. Watch out for that guy. There he goes, making a move. There's a reason why he's multiple times Golden Wheel awardee in kart racing here in the Philippines. Check this out. 𝐿𝐥𝐚𝐬𝐬𝐞𝐬 in the 42 mark upgrades his level of pace. He wants to get close to the race leader, Thomas Poulichet, but he would not want to trigger another pursuit by Thomas Poulichet to increase his gap. He's capable of doing that once triggered. A lot of time remains. 6 laps to go, as you can see. Thomas 𝐕𝐄𝐒 continues to maintain dominance up in here, showcasing some masterful type of driving. Blistering lap after blistering lap inside our Rotax Max Senior Division qualifying heat number 2. En route to the finals later on in the late afternoons. Plus a lot of battles going on over here for clubman categories. Mateo, Kyle, Alejandro, and 𝐿𝐥𝐚𝐬. We have a girl racer in the clubman category. 𝐿𝐥𝐚𝐬 Chung beyond the Resultado Racing Team. She's at P11 in the top 3 of the clubman category. Best in the clubman division. And they got actually P4 for 𝐿𝐥𝐚𝐬. Best in the clubman category is Mateo 𝐿I𝐥𝐴ng, number 7 from JGM Racing Team. But Kyle 𝐼𝐕𝐄𝐒 29 is ready to do battle against that race lead by Mateo in the clubman division. Kyle 𝐼𝐕𝐄𝐒, VS Racing Motorsports, ready to steal it away from JGM Racing Team's Mateo. But, you know, Mateo is clever enough to defend that one. Now, number 19 on your screens, 𝐷𝐸𝐿 of Formula E Racing Management, getting a taste of the top 3 spot. But Miguel Q is right on his tail. Miguel Quiñones making a move. Now he's in the top 3. Miguel Quiñones inside the top 3 now, stealing that number 3 spot away from 𝐷𝐸𝐿 of Formula E Racing Management. DRQ Motorsports now in the top 3 because of Miguel Q over here. The Golden Wheel awardee several times. Now running to challenge JC. Let's see if he can catch up. Around 3.7 seconds away with 3 laps remain. That is such a tall order, but you'll never know, man, until the checkered flag gets waved. But the separation has been so huge. Thomas and JC have separated themselves around close to 4 seconds now. There they are, the race leaders. P1, Thomas 𝐕𝐿𝐥𝐒. P2, JC Collantes. P3, Miguel Quiñones. There he goes, Miguel Q. Number 4, that's Miguel at position number 3. Followed by 𝐷𝐸𝐿, followed by Arthur Fernando and Mateo 𝐿I𝐥𝐴ng. 4 drivers eyeing for the number 3 spot. Look at that. Oh! Wow, that is costful for the efforts of Miguel Q right there. We have a new number 3 up in here now. So it is still Thomas, followed by JC. And Thomas just clocked in a new purple, by the way. Look at that. I told you. He just needs to be triggered. And the trigger is, it's a home stretch of this qualifying heat number 2. He comes up with another fastest lap. A new purple of 42.7. And JC Collantes on that previous lap was able to do a 42.9. How are you going to try to catch that? Thomas 𝐕𝐿𝐥𝐒, exhilarating performance. Marvelous job here. No answer so far to this type of performance by Thomas 𝐕𝐿𝐥𝐒. Unbeatable. Look at him. Home stretch, ready for the checkered flag moment. Another dominant performance here. Thomas 𝐕𝐿𝐥𝐒, number 16. RS Racing Team on the checkered flag at number 1. JC Collantes of VS Racing Motorsports at number 2. P3 goes to Audrey Fernando. So it is an RS Racing Team 1-3. For clubman, Mateo 𝐿I𝐥𝐴ng emerges as number 1 in clubman. The clubman division, JGM Racing Team number 7 is Mateo 𝐿I𝐥𝐴ng, finishing at the very top of that category. P2 for clubman is Kyle 𝐼𝐕𝐄𝐒 29 of VS Racing Motorsports. P3 in clubman is Alejandro San Juan 27 from Mercedes Drivers Development Racing Team. You want to see them again? Catch the finals of the Rotax Max Senior category happening later on, close to 5 o'clock. We're going to make that happen. Stick around. We got more of those well-deserved talents to be showcased here as we're about to make way for the finals. Yep, finals for T4 Bambino is going to be next, featuring 6 laps. Get ready to catch some of our youngest drivers, very promising young talents coming up. Once again, biggest congrats, Thomas 𝐕𝐄𝐒. Fastest lap of 42.795 of all throughout that session. QH2 for the Rotax Max Senior Battles. Thomas 𝐕𝐄𝐒, 16 of RS Racing Team. Unbeatable. JC Colliantes tried to get close. VS Racing Motorsports wanted to get close. And they're going to be given the opportunity to come up with things necessary to answer to that superb performance deployed by Thomas 𝐕𝐄𝐒 of RS Racing Team. With Ardrick Fernando in the top 3. Excellent job as well by Ardrick, number 12, getting a comeback to be in the top 3 at the end of that Rotax Max Senior Division qualifying heat number 2 battles. Shout outs to 𝐜𝐥𝐚𝐬𝐬𝐞𝐬. Let's go, JC. Yeah, JC Colliantes is a fan over here. 𝐜𝐥. Some of the very important fans of our racers. Thank you, 𝐜𝐥, for popping up on the comments. Good luck indeed. We want to see that fight for the number 1 position on finals for the Rotax Max Seniors for round number 4.
Karting Academy. Young, fast, fearless. Do you have what it takes? From top of the line carts and gear to mechanics and a multi-tiled race mentor. Get to know the basics before the actual drive. Experience the camaraderie with fellow cadets and intermediate karters. Be guided by award-winning assistant coaches. Advanced to a slalom exercise. And learn about racing lines. Walk the track. Get to know the braking and exit points. Follow the leader and apply the racing lines. Get the chance to practice solo drives. Unleash the karter in you at time trials, where the best will prevail. Petron, we groom champions. Welcome to the Petron Motorsport Karting Academy. Young, fast, fearless. Do you have what it takes? From top of the line carts and gear to mechanics and a multi-tiled race mentor. Get to know the basics before the actual drive. Experience the camaraderie with fellow cadets and intermediate carters. Be guided by award-winning assistant coaches. Advanced to a slalom exercise. And learn about racing lines. Walk the track. Get to know the braking and exit points. Follow the leader and apply the racing lines. Get the chance to practice solo drives. Unleash the Carter in you at time trials, where the best will prevail. Petron, we groom champions. Welcome to the Petron Motorsport Karting Academy. Young, fast, fearless. Do you have what it takes? From top of the line carts and gear to mechanics and a multi-tiled race mentor. Get to know the basics before the actual drive. Experience the camaraderie with fellow cadets and intermediate carters. Be guided by award-winning assistant coaches. Advanced to a slalom exercise. And learn about racing lines. Walk the track. Get to know the braking and exit points. Follow the leader and apply the racing lines. Get the chance to practice solo drives. Unleash the Carter in you at time trials, where the best will prevail. Petron, we groom champions. Welcome to the Petron Motorsport Karting Academy. Young, fast, fearless. Do you have what it takes? From top of the line carts and gear to mechanics and a multi-tiled race mentor. Get to know the basics before the actual drive. Experience the camaraderie with fellow cadets and intermediate carters. Be guided by award-winning assistant coaches. Advanced to a slalom exercise. And learn about racing lines. Walk the track. Get to know the braking and exit points. Follow the leader and apply the racing lines. Get the chance to practice solo drives. Unleash the Carter in you at time trials, where the best will prevail. Petron, we groom champions.
Yeah. Good afternoon, everybody. Philippine Standard Time is 2:30. You're looking at cloudy skies definitely going on over here at the Carmona racetrack as we're about to make way for the start of the T4 Bambino Finals. Round number 5 of the Tillotson T4 Cup Philippine Series presented by Petron. There goes some of our youngest drivers on this grid. Drift Motor AMG represent. We have a lot of those very young, talented drivers from that lineup. Drift Motor Racing Team in collaboration with AMG for the T4 Bambinos. Round number 5 of the Tillotson T4 Cup Philippine Series 2026. For this final, it's going to be a total of 6 laps for these Bambinos. Number 148 on your screens. That is Basti Dumlao. The fastest from Drift Motor AMG. Fastest heading to this final on T4 Bambino. There he is. Basti. That's such a nice name. And number 153 on the front row as well is teammate Enzo Bautista. Enzo also from Drift Motor AMG. But don't get it wrong, even if they're teammates, yeah, he could actually challenge Basti for the number 1 spot. Second row, we see here girl racer Selena Suba of BS Racing Motorsports. Good luck, Selena. Oh, look at that beautiful smile. And there goes Jolo Suba. Jolo is Carter of the Year 2025, by the way. He does his job of sharing his knowledge, his expertise in kart racing as Carter of the Year 2025. There goes number 174. That is Lucas Payan. Another one from Drift Motor AMG. He's starting this final on the second row. On to the third row we go. Number 146, Franco Alvallera. He's part of the team they call Mercedes Drivers Development. Good luck, Franco Alvallera, one of our youngest ones up in here. And on the third row as well is Filipino-American Madison Riggs. There she is, Drift Motor AMG's girl racer, Madison. A Filipino-American. She's ready to do battle up in here. It was an exciting fight. We saw her earlier. Challenged by Selena Suba. Shout out to you guys on the comments. Hello to Jing Segundo, watching all the way from London. Thank you so much. What time is it over there now in Europe? It's 2:40 in the afternoon here in the Philippines. Thank you for the support, Jing Segundo, and everybody from Luis Segundo's family. Yeah, we missed Luis Segundo challenging everybody here on the track. Thanks so much for watching. Click share for your FB Live broadcast, for our FB Live broadcast to appear on your very own FB wall. Also on your FB stories or IG stories. Click on share as many times as you can. We shut down the red lights for these guys. These very young ladies and gents. The Bambinos on the finals for the Tillotson T4 Cup Philippine Series 2026, round number 5. Look at how Basti is pulling away. Basti 𝐷𝐷𝐿𝐼. I love mentioning that name. Basti 148. Drift Motor AMG. Fastest leading to this T4 Bambino. His closest challenger is teammate Enzo Bautista 153. Watch out for Enzo. See that gap? He's going to try to reduce that gap. Yeah, he's ducking his head. These drivers have active aero whenever they actually duck their helmets. That is active aero activated, less drag mode, straight line mode. Here they are on the main straight. Here it is. So it is Basti followed by Enzo and then Lucas and then Selena entering the P3 spot. Selena owns the fastest lap so far and she converts it to a P3 position. Yeah, number 3. There she goes. 150 is a race number. VS Racing Motorsports is her team. Selena Suba. Girl power in the top 3. Her next mission is to get close to Enzo Bautista. Try to overtake Enzo Bautista. And then get a taste of the challenge with Basti 𝐷𝐷𝐿𝐼. There goes number 153, Enzo Bautista getting nearer to the race leader, Basti 𝐷𝐷𝐿𝐼. 153 is Drift Motor AMG's Enzo. The gap earlier was 0.6 of a second. Basti 𝐷𝐷𝐿𝐼's race lead was 0.6 of a second. Oh, wow, it got increased. It increased to 1.1 seconds. Ooh. Shout out to Jen Suba. Let's go, Sai. Selena in the top 3. She's going to have to work on around 3.8 seconds with 4 laps to go to get near to Enzo Bautista and challenge Enzo for the number 2 spot. That's promising. Look forward to it. But she's going to have to enter the 59-second mark. So far, the only drivers in this Bambino category in the 59s are Basti and Enzo. Actually, Basti just increased the bar higher. Fastest lap, new purple, is 58.960 by Basti 𝐷𝐷𝐿𝐼. You just saw over there, Selena Suba continues to work on to get nearer to Enzo Bautista here. But her fastest lap so far is 1 minute, 0.275. And she's going to have to work her way, or maybe the team as well has got to find a way to give her that kind of formula to that, with that amount of pace to match Enzo Bautista's 58.926 now. Enzo Bautista has increased his level of pace as well as he tries to catch Basti 𝐷𝐷𝐿𝐼's race lead. There goes the race leader, Basti 𝐷𝐷𝐿𝐼. Still on dominant mode. He's been doing that, flexing it since yesterday, Saturday, round 4 of the Tillotson T4 Cup Philippine Series in Bambino. He's been unstoppable. Basti 𝐷𝐷𝐿𝐼. And his challenger is Enzo Bautista here. So motivated to challenge the race leader. He is keeping up the pace. He's also in the 58-second mark. There goes the race leader, Basti. A nice look at how he has been on a relentless pursuit for dominance. Dominance indeed. So dominant, his race lead has increased to 1.2 seconds, and he owns the fastest lap of the race. How about that? 58.836 by driver number 148, Basti 𝐷𝐷𝐿𝐼. And same goes Enzo over here, is also leveling up his game. Trying to catch number 148. There it is. That's how 1.2 seconds look like. It looks like that. The race lead by the unstoppable Basti Dumlau. Looking like another stellar performance by the very young Basti. But Enzo has got other plans for the day. With one lap remaining, let's see if he's gonna be able to try to get closer. But that is also a good pursuit. The new purple is courtesy of Enzo Bautista with a 58.721, beating the 58.753 of race leader Basti. There goes Franco Alvayera of Mercedes Drivers Development Racing Team. He's at position number 6. In front of him is Madison Riggs, number 171 of Drift Motor AMG. For position 5. There goes position 1. Basti Dumlau ready for his checkered flag moment. It's going to be another gigantic monster of celebrations, well-deserved of his unstoppable performance. Another sensational result for Basti Dumlau at number 1, followed by Enzo Bautista. Drift Motor AMG 1-2 finish. And Selena Suba is going to take 3rd for VS Racing Motorsports. Our girl racer Selena in the top 3, followed by Lucas Bayan and then Madison Riggs for positions 4 and 5. And P6 goes to Franco Alvayera. Congratulations, finishers of the Bambino category. Top 3, Basti, Enzo, and Selena. Drift Motor AMG, followed by Drift Motor AMG, followed by VS Racing Motorsports. Excellent job, young drivers. Incredible heart by these awesome young talents. And if you want to be part of the next one, you gotta be joining us on October 11th here at the Carmona racetrack. Remainder of the slots are available via Viber. Look for Miss Ina at 0928-476-0950. We're talking about the next Patron Motorsports Karting Academy. Precision Power Performance, Patron Motorsports. Huge supporter of the Patron Motorsports Karting Academy, where a lot of these talents come from. They gain experiences, they gain knowledge. I got some of our hardworking track marshals. What's up? Congrats on a cloudy day. They don't have to work harder than usual. And speaking of working hard, congrats once again to Basti Dumlau on the hard work to finish at the very top of that game. Tillotson T4 Bambinos, with Enzo Bautista clocking in the fastest lap of that race final. 58.721. Fastest lap of the final race goes to Enzo Bautista 153. He finished P2. And the biggest congrats, of course, belongs to Basti Dumlau on an excellent job. Magnificent result for Basti Dumlau and everybody from Drift Motor AMG. Top of his game in Bambino. Basti Dumlau. Catch them later on as they receive their trophies for the awarding ceremonies happening before the day ends. Podium stage is right there on your screens, right in the middle, under the Sparco logo, under the Toyota Gazoo Racing Sparco logo. That's where the podium stage is at. Right here at the Patron Super Karting Series weekend.
Next on the finals, we got the T4 Minis and the T4 Cadets. For round number 4, the Tillotson T4, make that round number 5 for the Tillotson T4. The Cup for the Philippines, Tillotson T4 Cup Philippines Series 2026. From Patron, T4 Mini and T4 Cadet will be battling it out
for 12 laps. On this Patron T4 Cadet and T4 Mini race final, we are going to see two categories combined in that grid. Yeah, minis and cadets. Who's going to be in the top 3 for the cadet category? Who's going to be in the top 3 for the T4 mini category? There goes number 138. McAllister Alamo for the T4 mini category. Top Spec Racing Team is what he represents. Make sure he prays up. Part of his preparations. You're looking at driver number 133, 𝐜𝐈𝐈𝐿𝐈 JVL Racing Team. Another one from Drift Motor. That is number 152, Miguel Bautista, in collab with AMG. Driver number 144, Wayton Racing Team. That's Denzel Wayton, International Racing Champion. Denzel Wayton. Having a chat. Very important words getting shared to Ethan Paul Charvet over here. Now look at that glare. Oh yeah, look at that glare, man. Oh, there, number 134 actually. That's Torch. Good luck, Torch. Torch Florentino, Top Spec Racing Team. TRT. Now this is driver number 167, Joe Hashimoto. Konnichiwa. Joe Hashimoto, straight out of Japan, part of the Twassen Racing School. He represents JGM Racing Team. And driver number 170, Alonzo Ngo of DRQ Motorsports. Good luck, Alonzo. And shout outs, by the way, to Toyota Motor Philippines president, Masando Hashimoto. Yes. One of our most favorite presidents. A president of the #1 company in the world, well, at least on the Philippine side of things here. President Masando Hashimoto of Toyota Motor Philippines. He's here to support, of course, Joe Hashimoto. Joe competes in the T4 mini category. Here we go, warm-up time. 𝐜𝐈𝐈𝐈 133 kicks it off at the #1 spot. JVL Racing Team, P1. And driver number 138 will be alongside the McAllister Alamo TRT Top Spec Racing Team. Actually, P1 is Top Spec Racing Team 138. McAllister. Yeah, that's McAllister Alamo on the left side of the monitors. That's P1 for him on this race final start for the Petron T4 cadet category and mini category from Petron. Wait a minute. They're going to have to redo that. They have to be alongside each other. Well, this is beneficial, but the track marshals and the race officials are going to have to intervene in case another rolling start had to be redone. Well, beneficial for them because it's not a sunny afternoon here. They would need to add more temperatures to those tires, they usually are used to. Higher temperatures better grip usually. But these drivers could adjust accordingly. That corridor looks nice. That's how it should be. We're doing it the old school way with the OG track layout. There they are, climbing up to the main straight. Yeah, it's an uphill, and then the downhill comes after. Red lights are off, and they go full throttle. That's who got number one over here. Yeah, number 138 grabs the number one spot still, 𝐿𝐥𝐚𝐬𝐬𝐞𝐬, and the challenger closest is 𝐜𝐿𝐕𝐄𝐈𝐭 for the number one spot. Let's see who's going to get it. 𝐿𝐥𝐚𝐬𝐬𝐞 very capable of defending his race lead here. And 𝐜𝐿𝐕𝐄𝐈𝐭 also very capable of stealing that number one spot. Plus number 144 in the background, 𝐕𝐵 Weights and Racing Team. One of our T4 cadet drivers. Overall right now, P1, P2, and P3. That is 𝐿𝐥𝐚𝐬𝐬𝐞 at number one, followed by 𝐜𝐿𝐕𝐄𝐈𝐭, and then 𝐕𝐵 144. There it is, her top three overall. 138 is 𝐿𝐴, 133 is 𝐜𝐿𝐕𝐄𝐈𝐭. And we see 152 over there, Miguel Bautista from Drift Motor AMG. He's in the top four. Just right behind 𝐕𝐵 of Weights and Racing Team. So it is TRT at number one, JVL at number two, Weights and Racing Team at number three, and Drift Motor AMG at number four. And at number five is Joe Hashimoto, a JGM Racing Team. But wait, Torch Florentino was able to make a move. Torch Florentino of Top Spec Racing Team was able to grab spot number 5 from Joe Hashimoto. And Alonzo Ngo of DRQ completing our lineup over here. Ten laps remaining. A lot of playground over here for others to try to catch up and give us some of the best fights we all have been wanting to have. There it is. They started up right now with 9 laps to go. The challenge for the number one spot starts now. Number 133. Oh, almost got it. So 𝐜𝐿𝐕𝐄𝐈𝐭 almost got it. The exchanges continue. And number 138 back at number 1. 𝐿𝐴 remains our race leader here. Plus others also eyeing for position upgrades. Who's going to come out the strongest? Who's going to come out the most creative when it comes to making that move? Fastest lap is courtesy of Miguel Bautista with a 48.084. He's on the number 152 from Drift Motor AMG. He's at position number 4. He continues to make a move over here. You see that? Number 152, Miguel Bautista, finds a way to overtake. Same goes 𝐕𝐵 responding. Who's going to get it? Number 3 goes to 𝐕𝐵. There's also Miguel Bautista and Torch Florentino hanging on in there. So close to each other. Ethan, Miguel, and Torch fighting it out for the number 3 spot. That's Weights and Racing Team, followed by Drift Motor AMG, followed by Top Spec Racing Team. That's for the cadet category. The top 3 in the cadet division. The top 3 in the mini division is 𝐿𝐴, followed by 𝐜𝐿𝐕𝐄𝐈𝐭 and Joe Hashimoto. So it's 𝐿𝐴 P1 in T4 mini, 𝐜𝐿𝐕𝐄𝐈𝐭 P2 for T4 mini, Joe Hashimoto P3 for T4 mini. Number 138, 𝐿𝐴 defends as 𝐜𝐿𝐕𝐄𝐈𝐭 continues to build up the pressure. And he's not been skipping on letting 𝐿IVESTREAM know, I am here, and I'm going to do something about your race lead. You just wait. 7 laps to go. Downhill, right-hander, uphill this time. They do the chicane. They go downhill from there, and on to turn 1 they go. They go uphill on this sector, right-hander, turn 2 and turn 3. Still on the elevated segment of the track here at the Carmona racetrack. Onto a right-hander, and then a heavy braking zone on a hairpin here. Still on the elevated segment. There, and the left-hander follows with a downhill and another downhill slope heading to sector 2. Usually we would use that extended track layout, but today we're using the short track layout, the OG short track layout. Chicane time, the newest thing we added up in here on the main straight.
With 6 laps to go. We got 5 laps remaining from here. Round number 5 with Tillotson T4 featuring the minis and the cadets. The Tillotson T4 Cup Philippine Series from Petron. Ooh, number 152 sneaks up. Miguel Bautista. Dislodges number 134 Torch Florentino in the fight for number 4. But the fight is not yet done. They keep on replying to each other's moves. This, you do this, I do that. Miguel Bautista, by the way, has the fastest lap of this session. Fastest lap of this final. Number 134. Making a move. Yeah, not a purple lap. A purple lap could not stop him on that pursuit. Plus, for the front row battle, here it is. Number 138, race leader, 𝐿IVESTREAM, a top spec racing team, so under enormous pressure from 133 from JVL Racing Team, Salahuddin Bayumi. He is non-stop when it comes to putting pressure like this. He's doing a magnificent job trying to let 𝐿IVESTREAM know. You gotta know, 𝐿IVESTREAM, you gotta know, bro. I am here. I guess that's what Salahuddin Bayumi is trying to say. He goes to the inside line there. He's got the inside line now, Salahuddin Bayumi. He's got position number 1 for a few milliseconds, and they go side by side just like that. And he returns to the number 1 spot, 𝐿IVESTREAM. He is bobbing his head. Yeah, you could do that, I know. But we got 5 laps to go. And Salahuddin Bayumi says, yes, 5 laps to go. And you know what I could do. Yeah, putting some cloud over there on the top of their helmets. On what probably is going on in their minds right now as they continue with these exchanges. This is for the race lead. Still at number 1, yeah, P1 belongs to 𝐿IVESTREAM. Top spec racing team is the name of this team, that's why. JVL Racing Team, Salahuddin Bayumi. Yeah, continues with his presence. Ready to challenge the race lead. He comes up with a different approach right there. Yeah, unconventional racing lines. Trying to distract the flow to 𝐿IVESTREAM's defensive strategy. Plus a third player comes by closer. See that? Who's that number 3 driver? That's Ethan Paul Charvet 144 from Layton Racing Team. Yeah, there it is. So far, it's going to start to become a 3-way battle here. The last lap has started. Looking like Salahuddin Bayumi is throwing everything but the kitchen sink, but 𝐿IVESTREAM so hard to nudge over here from the top spot. Look at that. Oh, literally. Yeah, trying to avoid that nudge. They got to, of course, they're not allowed to do that. They don't want to have a drop bumper violation at the end of this. That's going to be costly, around 5 seconds of a penalty. But wait, 144 sneaks up at the number 1. Ethan Paul Charvet is our new race leader, ladies and gentlemen.
Weights and racing teams. Ethan Paul Charvet grabs the number 1 spot in the final lap of this race final for the Patron T4 Cadet and T4 Mini dogfights. Here he goes, wrapping it up. Ethan Paul Charvet on the checkered flag, number 1. Wow. Excellent job, guys. What a sneaky move by Ethan Paul Charvet. Take a look at the instant replay. So things are getting hectic between 𝐿IVESTREAM and 𝐜𝐈𝐕𝐄𝐻𝐒𝐓𝑒. They're on that far side and close to the apex. Ethan Paul Charvet grabs that opportunity for a shorter route on that corner. Capitalizes and gets P1. What a battle it was. Worthy of that replay. Thanks so much to Mad Films, led by Banjo de Guzman, here at the Carmona racetrack for a Super Karting Series weekend from Patron. Precision Power Performance, Patron Motorsports, with Patron Blaze 100. You just witnessed our Patron T4 Cadet and T4 Minis on the race final for round number 5. So the top 3 for the T4 Cadet, led by Ethan Paul Charvet, followed by Torch Florentino, and then Miguel Bautista. Ethan Paul Charvet, a weights and racing team, at the top of his game in the T4 Cadet category. While for the T4 Minis, P1 goes to 𝐿IVESTREAM Alamo, a top spec racing team. P2 goes to JVL Racing Team with Salahuddin Bayoumi, and Joe Hashimoto, a JJM Racing Team, takes P3 in the T4 Mini category. Overall top 3 for that. You just saw Ethan, followed by 𝐿IVESTREAM and Salahuddin, giving us a wonderful show right on that final lap. By the way, fastest lap of the race was courtesy of Miguel Bautista of Drift Motor AMG. Driver number 152, Miguel Bautista, did a 48.084, fastest lap of that race final. Congrats, Ethan Paul Charvet, T4 Cadet number 1 from Danzel Waiton's racing team. Waiton Racing Team 144, Ethan Paul. Excellent job. And T4 Mini number 1 is 𝐿IVESTREAM Alamo, a top spec racing team on the number 138. And more of our racers are coming out from the pre-grid area.
It's going to be a chance for us to get closer to these guys here. Coming your way are the Tillotson T4 Juniors, ready for the finals with 14 laps. And those are going to be some very exciting 14 laps. Definitely, it's going to be for that highly coveted top step of the podium, or for those trophies that await them on the podium stage later. T4 Juniors. This one is number 80. None other than Antonio Rosales from B Racing Team, B Racing Development. He's going to be on pole for this race final, alongside number 88, Ashton Chua, a JGM Racing Team. There he goes. Him and his pink cheeks. He's ready for battle. He's one of our best drivers. That's why he's right there on the front row. Speaking of best, here's number 68, top spec racing teams, Marcius Rain Alamo. He's concentrating, wearing his Sparco racing suit, right there on the second row, alongside Robin Juliana Acavilio of top spec racing team as well. Robin Juliana. And 7-0 is Nico Noriega. He's from 7 Star Garage under coach Oliver Aquino. Who's going to be starting alongside her? Or actually, that's Kimmy's sibling, Nico Noriega. Kimmy's are actually top ladies class driver. Watch out for her. That's her little brother, Nico. Or is it the other way around?
That's number 99 on your screens. Mateo Hipólito of Formula E Racing Management under coach Papa Els. And number 78 this time, Nathan Mier for Mercedes Drivers Development Racing Team. There's also here driver number 60, Perry Bukai of Drift Motor AMG. A total of 11 drivers for this lineup. You're looking at number 82. This is 𝐷𝐸𝐿 de Jesus from DRQ Motorsports Racing Team. Well, good luck, 𝐷𝐸𝐿. And on the final row, let's see, this is number 77, Mauro Mendoza, part of Formula E Racing Management. He's concentrating, visualizing what he's going to be doing in the next several laps. 14 laps for this. There's driver number 81 on your screens, Enzo Bano from JGM Racing Team. The gentlemen actually that have started the engines are, of course, the hardworking team members for each of these drivers. And these young gentlemen have started up, rolling out with, of course, Robin Juliana, part of this grid. Girl power racer, Robin Juliana. She's on the number 96. She represents Top Spec Racing Team. She's starting on the second row. Oh, yeah. Girl Power by Robin Juliana Ocavilio. Get ready for her. And after this warm-up, here goes Sir Bong Boado. We see him here. Happy birthday weekend to Sir Bong Boado. Also, happy birthday weekend to Miss Jackie Lynn Navilia. A lot of birthday celebrators for the weekend. And there it is. P1 goes to Antonio Rosales of B Racing Team. Alongside Ashton Chua, 88, a JGM Racing Team. The quarter looks beautiful. They are ready to flex their driving skills when we turn off those red lights. Yeah, here we go. Full throttle time. Who got number one? Somebody was able to sneak up on number one. That's not number 80. It's number 68. Marcius Rain Alamo. But wait, oh, Antonio fights it back. He finds space on the outside line there. He's going to be on the outside line over here as well. Go, yeah, it gets really hectic. So far now it is Marcius Rain Alamo completing that mission. Number one, as others continue to struggle to find a sweet spot close to the race leader. Ooh. Antonio Rosales returning to the number 2 spot here. After a quick moment of Robin Juliana Ocavilio. Robin Juliana at P3 right there. Right behind P1 on race start driver, Antonio Rosales. There's a 3-way battle going on over here for the number 2 spot. A lot of time, a lot of playground, and a lot of opportunities to come up with strategies. Ashton Chua, 88, gets it on the game and gets in on the top 3. Next target, Antonio Rosales, 80. But Antonio is trying to get close to the race leader, Marcius Rain Alamo. And on that activation, he comes up with a purple lap. B Racing Team number 80, Antonio Rosales, now owns a 48.000 purple lap of this race final. Tillerson T4 Junior Philippine Cup, presented by Patron. Ashton Chua, 88 of JJM Racing Team here.
How close can he go to Antonio? And Antonio, how close can Antonio go to Mr. Alamo? Marshall's Wayne Alamo at number 1. Top Spec Racing Team. The name of the team is Motivation itself. Top Spec Racing Team. Clever way of calling your team. Having a name like that, automatically you are motivated to come up with a top performance. But for the day, Antonio Rosales has been in the zone. He's been clocking in these very important drives. The drive to become the most incredible driver of this category. The T4 Juniors. He goes looking over his left shoulder to double check who are going to be the attackers to steal back his number 1 spot. Oh, wow. That was a 3 wide. Now, this is actually 4 of them, 5 of them battling it out for number 1. 6 of them battling it out for number 1. That's Antonio, Marcius, Robin, Nico, Ashton, and Mateo in the mix. So that's B Racing Team, Top Spec Racing Team, 7 Star Garage, JGM Racing Team, Formula E Racing Management on a collaboration to give us some of the best, most entertaining races here for the afternoon. The T4 Juniors, the finals for round number 5 of the Tillerson T4 Cup Philippine Series 2026. From Petron, making a move. Antonio Rosales wanting to have a number 1 spot once again. Oh! Costly mistake for number 68. A lot of them got stuck on that segment of the track, yeah. When you actually overcook the chicane, that could become one of the results. There it is. Surprised by the efforts of Antonio Rosales. Number 68 suddenly realizes he's going to run out of space. Was there contact? It was actually the decision of Marcius Wayne Alamo to avoid contact. And, yeah, that ended up over there. Costly, but let's see. Hopefully he gets to rejoin and make a comeback. Still have plenty of time. 9 laps to go. The race lead now belongs to number 80, Antonio Rosales, followed by Robin, Juliana Ocavillo, and then Nico Noriega, part of the top 3 now. So it's B Racing Team, P1, Top Spec Racing Team, P2, 7 Star Garage, P3. We see 5 of them here. That's Mateo Hipólito 99 of Formula E Racing Management at position number 4. And JGM Racing Team's Ash and Chua 88 in the top 5. This is how it goes now. Hello to Julian Dubo. Let's go, Marsh. Bring home the bacon. Crispy bacon. Make a comeback, bro. Yeah, we're looking forward for Marcius Wayne Alamo to make a comeback here. He's still in the game. He's right there, position number 9. You don't count him out. He could easily make a comeback here. He's got 7 laps to do so. Number 96 right there. Robin. Juliana Ocavillo. Fighting to be at the number 1 spot. Just right behind Antonio Rosales, number 80. Grabs it. That is Nico Noriega grabbing it. Nico Noriega, 7 Star Garage, and the new race leader. But wait a minute, the response is there right away by Antonio Rosales. Back at number 1 goes Antonio Rosales, number 80, B Racing Team. Urgency. And we got 7 laps remaining. These guys are ready to give us some of the most entertaining finals indeed. These are our T4 Juniors. Tillerson T4 Cup Philippine Series 2026. This is round number 5 of the season. Eyeing for the number 1 spot. That's the goal. These guys are trained that way. Nothing but excellence. Let's see who's going to come out the best here. 5 of them have that opportunity still. Look at that. See the top 5.
Antonio, Nico, Robin, Ashton, Mateo. B Racing Team, 7-Star Garage, Top Spec Racing Team, JGM Racing Team, and Formula E Racing Management. Inside the top 5, Mateo Hipólito, number 99. You saw him right there. But look at that slipstream maneuver, preparing for another attack on the race leader. Nico Noriega gets relegated. And sometimes he gets Antonio relegated. With 5 laps remain. It's going to be continuous exchanges here. And we are on the edge of our seats. That's how it should be. And smashing performance now by Antonio Rosales. Looking like he's going to try to create a gap versus the rest of the pack. Look at it. See that blue racing suit? That is Antonio Rosales of B Racing Team. Creates separation. Active arrow activated. Ducking his head on straight line mode, less drag mode. When he ducks his head just like that on the main straight. Antonio Rosales 80. His fastest lap is 47.693. But the fastest lap of the race is by Ashton Chua 88 with 47.576. Ashton is in the top 3. There he goes, number 88. And look at who is behind him. A lot of opponents. He's now at position number 2, by the way. So Nico Noriega now is at P3. And Robin is at P4. And Mateo at P5. Mateo close by, just watching by. He's ready to grab an opportunity once it arrives. He continues to wait. 3 laps remaining. That is Mateo Hipólito, 99 of Formula E Racing Management at P5. Looking at the tail of Top Spec Racing Team number 96. That's Robin Juliana Ocavilio. And then Nico Noriega inside the top 3 for 7-Star Garage. Inside the top 3, chasing up Ashton Chua, 88 of JGM Racing Team. Blue flag gets waved. But some of our racers are now getting outlapped by these super fast front row drivers. But wait! Somebody ran out of space. Yeah, decides to skip the chicane. Or actually enter the pit lane. Yeah, somebody just entered the pits. 2 laps to go. The race lead still belongs to Antonio Rosales, number 80. See that? The newest challenger could either be Nico Noriega or Ashton Chua. Or it could also be Robin Juliana Ocavilio. Or Mateo Hipólito 99. Still it is this quintet going on for a spot at number 1. And the last lap is about to begin. Here they go, attacking the chicane on the right-hander. Continues with his clever drives here. Antonio Rosales, number 80. Masterful when it comes to race leads like this. Give him clean air. He makes the most out of it. No wonder what you do, no matter what you try to do to distract him from the number 1 spot, it's going to be hard to nudge him. There he is. Or you're going to have to do literally nudge him and commit a drop bumper violation to dislodge him from the number 1 spot. Antonio Rosales, number 80, B Racing Team Development. P1, he's eyeing for it. Final chicane, onto the checkered flag, getting way for Antonio. P1. Nico Noriega at number 2 for 7-Star Garage. What a result for Nico Noriega. Marvelous. And Robin Juliana Ocavilio 96 in the top 3 for Top Spec Racing Team. Congratulations, Robin 96. Followed by Mateo Hipólito 99 of Formula E Racing Management at P4. That is such an upgrade by Mateo Hipólito. And Ashton Chua 88 got P5. Marcius Wayne Alamo. Yes, the heart of a racer, despite committing that major mistake. He picked himself up, returned to the battle, and so far his provisional finish is at P6. Provisional P7 goes to 𝐜𝐥𝐚𝐬𝐬𝐞𝐬. Number 82, a DRQ Motorsports Racing Team. P8 goes to Enzo Bano, 81, a JGM Racing Team. P9 goes to Nathan Meir, 78, a Mercedes Drivers Development Racing Team. And then Perry Bukai in the top 10 on the number 60 for Drift Motor AMG. And Mauro Mendoza, 77, of Formula E Racing Management, looking like he's the one who entered the pits. Antonio Rosales, congratulations. Number 1 on that provisional result. Silver went to Nico Noriega, a 7-star garage. And Robin Juliana Ocavillo, 96, got bronze for Top Spec Racing Team. And the fastest lap, by the way, is courtesy of Ashton Chua from JGM Racing Team. That's an action-packed T4 Juniors race final. There go some of our spectators on the grandstand. In some of the grandstands we have over here. We have a lot of the spectators area, I believe 1, 2, or 3. There's also the air-conditioned spectators area right there on that building you see at the back of the Spargo and Toyota Gazoo Racing brands. That's one of our air-conditioned spectators areas where you can enjoy delicious drinks from Route 45. Next on our schedule will be the Tillotson T4 Senior Division drivers, the Senior 168s, and the ladies class competitors in T4 Senior. Tillotson T4 Cup Philippine Series round number 5, the finals. From Patron, yeah, let's give you a closer look at these drivers now. That's James Salem of DRQ Motorsports Racing Team. He is P1 on this rolling start. Yeah, it's going to be a rolling start. It's just that they're going to start their warm-up from here. DRQ Motorsports, number 57, James Salem, doing some stretching. Those hops are very nice for the legs. Activating the muscles on the legs. He's got his rib cage protector going on. Puts on the rest of his racing suit. This is the weaponry for number 95, Sandro Carlotta, representing Drift Motor AMG. He hops on it. Second row belongs to Kimi Noriega, girl racer Kimi. Good luck, Kimi. There she is. So she's actually the ate of Nico Noriega. Kimi of 7-star garage. There goes number 76, 𝐜𝐥𝐚𝐬𝐿 of Drift Motor Racing Team. Good luck, Caleb. On the third row, this is Rai Geronimo, 72. Rai, a DRQ Motorsports Racing Team. Yeah, doing his TikTok moves. Ready for battle. Number 52 on your screens, Vito Manas of RS Racing Team. What up, Vito? Oh, yeah. Vito of RS Racing Team. Number 89 on the next row here, Charles Marcus Tan of Mercedes Drivers Development Racing Team. Let's go, Charles. Next up is number 91, Joshua Parsha of DRQ Motorsports. Another one from DRQ. On the next row, number 97 on your screens, this is Jaime Almario from B Racing Team. Number 62 this time, this is Lindsay Marielle Tulfo from Top Spec Racing Team, another of our ladies class drivers. Good luck, Lindsay Marielle Tufo. Driver number 84, this is Adam Lopez, representing Drift Motor in collaboration with AMG. Yeah, wearing some of the nicest Sparco racing suits we have here from Car Plaza Manufacturing Corporation. Another one wearing the Sparco racing suit is number 53, Tristan Lavarias from VS Racing Motorsport Racing Team. Another for the ladies category. This is Yana. Yana, number 55 at JGM Racing Team. Yana Castillo. Driver number 66 is Zafira Abisado from JGM Racing Team for the ladies category as well, yeah. And there goes Wax Deada from Team Race Lab. Sparco racing suit is what he's wearing as well. Good luck, Wax. A total of 15 drivers for this Tillotson T4 Senior Division race start for the finals. Round number 5, presented by Patron. Part of our weekend for the Patron Superkarting Series 2026. Here at the Carmona racetrack on a cloudy afternoon. 3:32 in the afternoon. It looks like it's already 5 p.m. because the sun is hiding behind the clouds. And the probability of rain is 50%, 50% chances of rain. But that happens at 6 p.m. We're going to double check the weather app later on again if it got adjusted. Way earlier when we checked the weather app, the chances of rain 50% could happen at 8 p.m. And then it became 7 p.m. And now 6 p.m. Probability of rain. Okay, warm up. James Salem leading the pack here.
And this game is going to be all about who is going to be able to withstand the high number of laps coming their way. 19 laps for this.
Led by James Salem and Sandro Carlotta. James 57 of DRQ at the number 1 start. Front row start for Sandro Carlotta as well, alongside our P1 driver here. Sandro 95 of Drift Motor AMG. The gift of having a slipstream behind P1 driver is fastest ladies class driver, Kimi Noriega. She's right there on the set and roll. Lights out and away we go. On to turn 1. You can see that. James Salem preserving number 1 here for DRQ Motorsports Racing Team. But, oh, somebody overcooked that corner, turn 1. But he gets to stand up, gets that effort going on to rejoin. That is some great training by the teams of these young drivers. Let them know. Pick yourself up. You got to know how to pick yourself up when those challenges come your way. Check this out. Kimi Noriega at position number 2 as advertised. Grabbing the chances of holding on to that slipstream. Or actually, number 72, that's Rai Geronimo. It is a 1-2 for DRQ. Wow. DRQ Motorsports with James at number 1, Rai at number 2. This is so promising for the DRQ Motorsports campaign inside the T4 Seniors battles. Great job, James. Great job, Rai. An awesome job by Kimi Noriega, 7 Star Garage. She preserves her number 3 spot, her second row start. Close to the tail of Rai Geronimo. Yeah, see if she could do a split of the DRQ 1-2 campaign. And she's going to try to divide the DRQ Motorsports boys to be right in the middle of it. And hopefully battle for P1 here. There goes a look at number 89. That's Charles Marcus Tan Charles snatches up a P3 here for Mercedes Drivers Development Racing Team. And right behind him now is 𝐜𝐈𝐈 Noriega. 𝐜𝐈𝐈 gets relegated. And number 95 at the top 5, Sandro Carlotta of Drift Motor AMG. Where's Vito? He's at position 6. Vito Manas of RS Racing Team on the number 52 at P6. The boys of the DRQ. The DRQ campaign 1-2 going on over here. James 57 at P1. Rye 72 at P2. They're starting to become an unstoppable duo here. And this is where it counts the most. It's going to be that moment to grab the biggest and second largest trophy up in here. Some of the highly coveted prizes. The Tillotson T4. The Tillotson T4 Cup Philippines Series senior category. And in the battle for third place, it's also two of them fighting it out. Charles Marquestan versus 𝐜𝐈𝐈 Noriega. That's number 89, Charles Marquestan, currently at P3, and currently at P4 is 𝐜𝐈𝐈 Noriega, number 90. See that? 𝐜𝐈𝐈's shadowing the racing line of Charles Marquestan. You know she is cooking up something. And right over here, unless Rye has come up, yeah, and Team DRQ have come up a plan to switch, they'll do it. So far, their pace, Ryan's got better pace though. Ryan Geronimo 72 could do a 47.8, while James Salem 57 could do a 48.0. But James is right there. He actually entered this final at number 1. Hello to Lee Bahamunde. Lee on the comment says, let's go, James. James Salem, race leader, driver number 57 for DRQ Motorsports Racing Team. Now the battle for third, here it is. Still we got Charles Marquestan of Mercedes Drivers Development Racing Team getting challenged over here this time now by 𝐜𝐈𝐈 Noriega. 𝐜𝐈𝐈 in 7 Star Garage. Close by, having a look at the rear tire of Charles Marquestan. She was so close to trying to grab that. Sneaking up, finding space. Letting Charles Marquestan know, I'm going to be here. I'm going to get that P3 away from you. There you go. That's for positions 3 and 4. And 5 and 6 behind him. That's Vito Manas 52 getting challenged by Caleb Dwayne Chua 76. Vito of RS Racing Team versus Caleb, a Drift Motor Racing Team. To be in the top 5. Caleb wants that. Hello to Yuto Imamura. What up, Yuto? Joshua Parsha is at position number 14 from DRQ Motorsports Racing Team. In case, yeah, he's the Joshua you're looking for. Driver number 91 at position 14 over here. For the ladies category, let's give you the top 3. 𝐜𝐈𝐈 Noriega at number 1 in the ladies category on the number 90 from 7 Star Garage. P2 for the ladies class is Lindsay Marielle 2462 from Top Spec Racing Team. Ladies class P3 belongs to Yana Castillo 55 at JGM Racing Team. With 12 laps remaining. A huge playground for some who are concocting a formula to surprise the opponent in front of them. And of course, you got to be ready to react accordingly. You got to be quick to the reaction here. Now, are they going to be allowed to race each other? That's a big question. We're looking at the front row gentlemen here of the T4 Senior Division. James versus Rye. DRQ Motorsports Racing Team. Are they going to be allowed to race against each other? The best lap done by Rye Geronimo is around 1 second faster versus James Salem's fastest lap. And check this out. 𝐜𝐈𝐈 Noriega is back in the top 3. Charles Marcus Tan is at P4 now. But Charles could retake that. With that amount of gap going on, he is still on striking distance to make a return to the top 3 here. Hello, G. Let's go, James. Let's go, DRQ Motorsports. The dominance of DRQ going on here. They got a 1-2, a highly potential 1-2 result for DRQ Motorsports Racing Team. They have been sensational so far, and 10 laps remaining. No one else could come close here so far except Kimi Noriega, or it could either be Charles Marcus Tan or Kimi Noriega, but so far here, P3 belongs to Kimi. She is around 3.1 seconds away from Rai Hieronimo. Rai 72 at P2, and James Salem 57 at the #1 spot. The OG layout is what's going on. In case you guys are wondering, yep. A great variety for these drivers to understand how the OG track layout looks like and feels like, with a revision of adding the chicane on the main straight. As far as I know, that chicane got established from the previous round we had. And right here to the current round number 5 finals. T4 seniors for the Tillotson T4 Cup Philippine Series presented by Petron. The pink helmet, that is Kimi Noriega, number 90, fastest in the ladies category, and she is in the top 3. Right behind her is Charles Marcus Tan, 89, of Mercedes Drivers Development Racing Team, the challenger to be in the top 3. But Charles is now at P4. Earlier he was at P3, but Kimi decides she wants that position back. Yeah, she started this race final on the 2nd row, right at position number 3, and she maintains P3 over here for 7-star garage, Kimi Noriega, number 90. For the rest of the pack, it goes like this. So it's James at P1, Rai at P2, Kimi at P3, Charles at P4, Caleb at P5, Vito at P6, Sandro at P7, Wax at P8, Tristan at P9, Jaime at P10, Lindsay at P11, Zafira at P12, Yana at P13, and then Joshua at P14. And where is Adam Lopez? There's a box on the side of Adam Lopez's name, a red box. Looking at the timing screen here. 7 laps remaining. You are looking at a brilliant job by these 2 young gentlemen of DRQ Motorsports Racing Team. They're letting everybody know that they could come up with this high level of performance, dominant level of driving. Ready for the sensational results. DRQ Motorsports Racing Team would love to have, of course. Oh, they are so fast up in here. They're bunched up. This is the middle of the pack action. You see number 76 right up in there. That's led by Vito Manos. Vito 52, Caleb 76, Wax 87, Sandro 95. 4-way battle for a spot in the top 5. They want to have what Vito has here. Vito Manos 52 of RS Racing Team in the top 5. Getting challenged by Caleb Dwayne Chua 76 of Drift Motor Racing Team. Also in this challenge is Wax Deata 87 of Race Lab and Sandro Carlota 95 of Drift Motor AMG. They want to be in the top 5. Hello to Noemi Hernandez. Let's go, DRQ Racing Team. DRQ are so far up ahead, around 2.5 seconds on the race lead against Kimi Noriega's pursuit to join Rai for a challenge for a P2. James, Rai, and Kimi, the potential top 3 finishers here. Still, we have that question going on. Is Rai going to be allowed to overtake James Salem? Rai Geronimo could come up with a faster pace. According to the timing screen, he's capable of a 47.892. But the fastest lap of this race final belongs to Kimi Noriega of 7-Star Garage. He's fastest in the ladies category. She is in the top 3, and she was able to clock in a 47.737. We'll make that 47.779. But there's a new purple popping up on the screen here. 47.737 is by 𝐜𝐥𝐸 on the number 76 by Drift Motor Racing Team. Caleb is in the top 6. Just right at the tail of Vito Manas with V2. There goes number 72 on your screens. Rai trailing behind race leader James Salem. This is for the, oh, they have switched. Rai is now at the front. The new race leader is Rai Geronimo. So looking like it's going to be a P1 over here for Rai Geronimo of DRQ Motorsports. Or will James not allow that to happen? But still is going to be an excellent result for DRQ Motorsports with 1-2 going on here on this Tillerson T4 senior category. And the final lap is about to begin. Oh, look at Kimi Noriega. It looked like she was so close right there to the duo from DRQ. Oh, they switched again. James Salem is back at number 1. James 57. Rai 72 at B2. The DRQ 1-2 result. Some of the most beautiful results from DRQ Motorsports Racing Team. These guys have developed their talent that way to flex that they could do a cracking job like this. Another excellent result for DRQ. Congratulations, James, followed by Rai. And of course, Kimi Noriega of 7-Star Garage in the top 3. Right behind the DRQ Motorsports 1-2 finish. And Kimi Noriega also gets the number 1 finish in the ladies category. She finished in the top 3. She finished at number 1 in the ladies division. The rest goes like this. Charles got P4. Caleb got P5. Vito got P6. Wax got P7. Sandro got P8. Tristan got P9. Jaime got P10. And Zafira Avisado was able to sneak up against Lindsay Mariel Tufo. Zafira Avisado was able to finish P2 in the ladies category, followed by Lindsay Mariel Tufo, 3rd in the ladies division. Zafira of JJM Racing Team, followed by Lindsay Mariel Tufo of Top Spec Racing Team, and then Yana Castillo of JJM Racing Team also for the ladies category right there. And we also see Joshua Parsha 91 of DRQ Motorsports Racing Team taking the checkered flag. Congrats, DRQ Motorsports, says G. Rosales on the comment section. Same goal, it was Noemi Hernandez saying congratulations to DRQ. Sensational performances by James Salem and Rai Geronimo has brought them a highly coveted 1-2 result right there on checkered flag time. 𝐜𝐈𝐈𝐄𝐈 tried to catch the duo, but she ran out of time. Maybe if we did 30 laps. But still, of course, that's a very impressive finish by 𝐜𝐈𝐈𝐄𝐈, number 90 of 7-Star Garage, in the top 3 and P1 in the ladies category. Congrats, Coach 𝐜𝐈𝐈𝐄𝐈, for an excellent job as coach for 𝐜𝐈𝐈𝐄𝐈. Of course, James and Rye are under multiple times Golden Wheel awardee. Miguel Quinones, Coach Miguel Q, part of the coaching staff for DRQ Motorsports Racing Team. If not the leader of the coaching team. And by the way, congrats 𝐜𝐈𝐈𝐄𝐈 on the number 76 from Drift Motor Racing Team. He wrapped up that T4 Senior Final with a fastest lap of 47.737. See that? On the left side of the screen, 𝐜𝐈𝐈𝐄𝐈, 76. 47.737. Fastest lap of that final. See you guys later at the podium stage. Join us for the official results announcements. Biggest congrats, James 57, a DRQ. And Rye 72, also a DRQ for the 1-2. Excellent results. This time now, time for our Mini-Max. You're looking at Johan Ang. Now look at that camaraderie of sportsmanship. Johan Ang on the number 108 is P1 for this race final start for Mini-Max. He's a Mini-Max novice driver. Number 1 in Mini-Max, number 1 overall over here. And now you're looking at number 118. His closest opponent is his teammate, JVL Racing Team as well, Salahuddin Bayumi, on the front row for this race final start, alongside P1 108 Johan Ang, also from JVL Racing Team, of course. Now you are having a closer look at Ryle Almanzora 101 from VS Racing Motorsports. Good luck, Ryle. McAllister Alamo 128 on your screens. Top Spec Racing Team. Good luck, McAllister. And on the third row, we see here Asher Lako. Asher 116 from JGM Racing Team. Now this is number 103, Adam McGlenn from Resultado Racing Team. And Mateo Milson Caceres from CNC Motorsports. Good luck, Mateo. In collab with One Team PH, in collab with Jordan Racing. They are ready. Their engines are on. Ready for the rollout, for the warm-up. Mini-Max Novice, Mini-Max Experts. So Ryle's part of the Experts division. Asher is also part of the Experts category. And Adam McGlenn, also Mateo Milson Caceres. For the Novice division, Johan Ang, Salahuddin Bayumi, and McAllister Alamo. This is scheduled with 12 laps. If you're going to get a closer look at what's going on the top right of your screens, here we go. Presented by Patron Blaze 100.
It's round number 4 of the Rotax Max Challenge Philippine Series. RMC Philippine Series for 2026.
Here they are, climbing up. Corridor. It looks nice. We're ready for the rollout. Lights out. Red lights are still on the bottom left of your screen. And up we go. Full throttle mode activated. Shout outs, by the way, to Joey Costado saying congratulations to DRQ for a wonderful result. 1-2 finish. And here goes number 1, Yohan Ang 108, the JVL Racing Team. Guess who's back? It's the JVL Racing Team boys. If DRQ has got Rai Geronimo, well, right over here they got Yohan Ang. Here they go. It's going to be nonstop all throughout the 12 laps, that's for sure. That's how they're going to be keeping it going. We're doing a James Salem and Rai Geronimo move up in here. JVL Racing Team features Yohan and Salahuddin. But Ryle Almazora from the experts category, he's going to try to sneak up for a sweeter spot in the overall results. Driver number 111, that's Mateo Milton Caceres. For the experts category, he's currently at P2 here for CNC Motorsports, One Team PH Jordan Racing. Challenging number 128, McAllister Alamo. McAllister is part of the novice division though. Mateo Milton Caceres is part of the experts category. But that's for the overall spot, of course, still. There's an overall prize that awaits. The overall battles, overall prizes. Yeah, we're gonna recognize them later on. Join us at the podium stage ceremonies. But first, they gotta do these things here now. They have worked so hard, they have trained really hard, hours and hours, leading to this type of weekend where they get actually put to the test what they have picked up from their very generous coaches who are former racing champions, Golden Wheel awardees, winners of some of the biggest trophies in other disciplines of motorsport now, who had roots in kart racing when they were as little as these guys here. The Mini Max novices and experts on your screens. P1 by Yohan Ang, P2 by Salahuddin Bayoumi for the 1-2 finish of JVL Racing Team. This is 101, Ryle Almazora holding up McAllister Alamo and Mateo Milton Caceres. Now this is Asher Lako getting challenged by Mateo Milton Caceres. Mateo and then Adam McGlenn. So it's Asher, Mateo, and Adam for positions 5, 6, and 7. Asher Lako of JGM Racing Team getting the better of that trio. Asher 116, followed by Mateo Milton Caceres 111 of CNC Motorsports, One Team PH Jordan Racing, and Adam McGlenn of Resultado. That is number 128 on your screens, McAllister Alamo. He is at position number 4 and number 3 in the novice category. Position 4 overall, P3 in the novice division. This is the top 3. Oh, look at it. Oh, man. A little bit of a nudge went on. Salahuddin Bayoumi misjudging the braking. Hopefully it's not going to be a costly drop bumper violation. Yohan Ang at P1, and now it's Ryle Almazora at position number 2 here. And Salahuddin Bayoumi is at P3. Splitting the JVL Racing Team 1-2 campaign. That is 𝐉𝐈𝐌𝐄 101 of VS Racing Motorsports. But Johan Ang in the zone, running away, gaining the confidence he's been eyeing for. The development of Johan Ang is what you are looking at over here. The new and improved version of Johan Ang. Look at his type of driving over here. Sensational. Putting on the blistering lap, keeping it clean, and at the same time clocking in a fastest of 45.999, which is the fastest in this race final. That is the newest version of Johan Ang. Driver number 108 for JVL Racing Team, looking over his shoulder, double checking where 𝐉𝐈𝐌𝐄 is at. Is he anywhere closer to threaten his race lead? And this time now he's going to have to end up defending from 𝐉𝐈𝐌𝐄. Great for Ryle, being able to break the barrier, entering the 45-second mark, and being able to hang with these boys here from JVL Racing Team. Fastest lap by 𝐉𝐈𝐌𝐄 on the number 101 right there. 45.983. And the fastest lap of Johan Ang is 45.999. Ryle continues to continue improving. He continues improving his pace. He continues to make his presence very much available. And Johan Ang, looking like he's truly aware of it. He's trying his best to pull away. But pace advantage belongs to 𝐉𝐈𝐌𝐄 here. Plus, with a 𝐓𝐈𝐭 pressure behind him, he's getting pushed to go harder and go faster. This is Mateo Milson Caceres on the 111, getting chased up by Adam McGlenn. This is for positions 6 and 7. Mateo of CNC Motorsports. They have collaborated with One Team PH and Jordan Racing by Mikey Jordan. The trio for 1, 2, and 3. The race leader is Johan Ang on that number 108. P2 is 101, 𝐉𝐈𝐌𝐄. P3 is 118, 𝐓𝐈𝐌𝐿. So this is JVL Racing Team, followed by VS Racing Motorsports, followed by JVL Racing Team. 3 laps to go. And the guy with the fastest lap over here among this trio is 𝐓𝐈𝐌𝐿 with a 45.937. Whoa! A dive on the inside by 𝐉𝐈𝐌𝐄, letting Johan Ang know. And letting 𝐓𝐈𝐌𝐿 know as well. Oh, it's time. It's that time of the moment. Okay. He converts his fastest lap to a P2 return. And 𝐉𝐈𝐿 gets relegated back to P3 here. And so far, it's going to be difficult to reply to a 𝐓𝐈𝐌𝐿 takeover at position number 2 here now, because 𝐓𝐈𝐿 could clock in a 45.937 versus the 45.964 of 𝐉𝐈𝐿. That's 0.03 of a second difference. And that is huge when it comes to fast-paced racing like this. On the Minimax, part of our RMC Philippine Series. This is round number 4 for the finals of our Minimax, the Rotax Max Challenge Philippine Series from Petron Blaze 100, with the race lead still belonging to Johan Ang. He is uncontested at the number 1 spot, especially if you have a teammate as reliable as that, 𝐓𝐈𝐭 of JVL Racing Team. Very capable. And there goes the checkered flag moment. Johan Ang, number 1. 𝐓𝐈𝐭, number 2. JVL Racing Team for the 1-2. And check this out. You know, Ryle could actually unleash a 45.882. It's just that time was not enough. The number of laps were not enough. But excellent job by Ryle. He finished at number 1 in the experts category for this Mini-Max battles. For these Mini-Max battles. And he's in the top 3 overall. Ryle Almazora 101 of VS Racing Motorsports. The rest of our Mini-Max novice finishers. McAllister Alamo 128 of Top Spec Racing Team. P3 for the Mini-Max novice. For the experts, the rest of the finishers go like this. So Ryle got P1. P2 went to Asher Lako 116 of JJM Racing Team. And P3 done by Adam McGlenn on the number 103 from Wrestle Tado Racing Team. Mateo Milson Caceres 111 was able to grab the checkered flag as well. Congrats on that one. Completing the mission for that collaboration featuring CNC Motorsports, One Team PH, and Jordan Racing. Congrats, finishers. Especially Johan and Salahuddin Bayoumi here. The JVL Racing Team 1-2 result.
Sensational result.
Now they are rolling it out from the pre-grid area on right behind our starting line. And we're going to get a closer look at these drivers here.
The Rotax Juniors.
The RMC, Rotax Max Challenge Philippine Series with Petron Blaze 100. The Rotax Max Juniors are scheduled to do 14 laps for this race final. Finals inside round number 4 of season 2026. Rotax Max Challenge Philippine Series. Don't forget, if you want to be part of the next Petron Motorsports Karting Academy, there are still slots available on the October 11th schedule, as you can see at the bottom of your screens, happening here at the Carmona racetrack on October 11th. Contact Miss Ina at Viber number 0928-476-0950. Be part of the next Petron Motorsports Karting Academy. Yeah, here we go. This is number 46 on your screens. That's Elijah Andy Anna, by the way, VS Racing Motorsport. This is number 44, Tino Zaragoza from Wrestle Tado Racing Team. This is number 47, Augusto Mate from Wrestle Tado Racing Team. And this is racer number 38, Marcius Wayne Alamo from Top Spec Racing Team. He's wearing his Sparco Racing suit here. Of course, the front row belongs to Dayton Pastor, number 36 of DRQ Motorsports, P1. With Tyler Tawanke, 35. Tyler represents Race Lab in collab with Wayton Racing Team. Here they go. They roll out. Here we go. Shout out to Amy Anna. Still watching from the Middle East. Thanks so much. You take it easy over there all the time. And thank you for the support. Amy. Amy supports Elijah Andy Anna's campaign over here. VS Racing Motorsports number 46. Elijah is starting on the second row, right on the slipstream of Dayton Pastor 36. Ooh, this is going to be so beneficial for Elijah Andy Anna's campaign on this final. The race finals of our Rotax Max Challenge Philippine Series 2026 for round number 4. For the juniors, here we go. Yeah, it is a good start for Dayton Pastor here. And Elijah Andy Anna close by as advertised. He benefited from that slipstream opportunity behind pole position driver Dayton Pastor 36 from DRQ Motorsports. It's going to be another promising P1 result for DRQ, unless Elijah Andy Anna comes up with a surprise attack to this level of pace that has been established since the morning. It's been very important that Dayton Pastor could maintain that. It's been at it since the morning. Actually, since yesterday, Saturday. It's just that a lot of misfortunes happened to him on the finals yesterday. But so far now, he's starting to run away from any type of misfortune that could come his way. There goes number 36, Dayton. Elijah, 46 right there at P2. And Augusto at 47 at position number 3. Tino, 44 at P4. Tyler, 35 at P5. And Marsh is 38 at P6. Hello to M. M. Destura says, let's go, Tyler. Tyler is in the top 5. Tyler Twanky of Race Lab, in collab with Wayton Racing Team. Ooh, number 47 makes the move. Augusto Mate has now been upgraded to position number 2. Stealing that number 2 spot from Elijah Andy Anna. So it's going to be a Resultado Racing Team P2? Question mark, exclamation point. Or will it be Elijah Andy Anna making a comeback here? Oh, looking like he's still on striking distance. He could return to the number 2 spot. And we are up over here for a very entertaining rest of this Rotax Max Juniors final. The round 4 finals for the juniors of our Rotax Max Challenge Philippine Series 2026. From Petron Blaze 100, the 100 octane fuel from Petron. Petron Blaze 100, the fuel of karting. There goes top of this Rotax Max Juniors division. Dayton Pastor with a purple of 43.056. DRQ Motorsports P1 belongs to Dayton Pastor, but a new challenger is right on his tail. Augusto Mate, 47 of Resultado Racing Team, eyeing for a P1 finish. He is getting closer to Dayton Pastor. The gap was 0.335 earlier. Now they're heading down from that elevated sector of the track. Downhill over there. Downhill once again over here. Onto the backstretch. And they go for a right-hander climbing up. Onto the chicane. And downhill on this main straight. Straight line mode. They go faster up in here. They don't need to duck their heads, though. They're concentrating on choosing their racing lines in the more clever fashion, especially Dayton Pastor. He's feeling the pressure here by Augusto Mate. Earlier, it was 0.3 of a second of a race gap. Now it's 0.2. Definitely, Dayton Pastor's race lead is under threat. Augusto Mate letting us know, yeah, he could come up with a challenge in this race lead by Dayton Pastor. But pace level wise earlier, Dayton Pastor was able to clock in a purple lap of 43.056. And the fastest lap of 𝐜𝐥𝐚𝐬𝐬𝐞𝐬 is 43.069. They're still separated pace-wise by around 1/100th of a second. It may sound little, but it could come up with a result going the way of Dayton Pastor's favor. Unless 𝐜𝐥𝐚𝐬𝐬𝐞𝐬 builds up a new formula to match that pace by Dayton Pastor's 43.056. Let's see how faster 𝐜𝐥𝐚𝐬𝐬𝐞𝐬 could go. From the previous lap, it was a 43.065 by Dayton Pastor versus the 43.124 of 𝐜𝐥𝐚𝐬𝐬𝐞𝐬. Still. Oh yeah, here goes the answer. A new purple just got established here by 𝐜𝐥𝐚𝐬𝐬𝐞𝐬 with 7 laps to go. He is definitely pushing harder here. Pushing harder, getting nearer to Dayton Pastor. Number 47, 𝐜𝐥𝐚𝐬𝐬𝐞𝐬 of Resultado Racing Team's new purple is a 43.002 versus the previous lap by Dayton of 43.022. Now there goes the response. I don't know if 𝐜𝐥𝐚𝐬𝐬𝐞𝐬 could hear me, but definitely, suddenly he responded. He now has the fastest lap of the race with 6 laps to go. 0.369 still, though. Still it is a 0.3 second of a gap by Dayton Pastor. 0.3 of a second. He has been very consistent in maintaining that race lead. And 𝐜𝐥𝐚𝐬𝐬𝐞𝐬 is making sure that that gap doesn't get bigger. So the top 3 goes Dayton, Augusto, and Elijah. DRQ, Resultado, and VS Racing. DRQ Motorsports at number 1, courtesy of that guy. Well, actually, number 38 is on your screens. That is Marshall's Wayne Alamo, top spec racing team. He's having a very hectic day today. Check this out. Dayton Pastor retakes the purple. The new fastest lap goes 42.993. I like that number. 93. 42.993 by Dayton Pastor, driver number 36 from DRQ Motorsports Racing Team. Still at number 1. Who could find the answer to match this dominance getting flexed by Dayton Pastor? Yeah, give him a beautiful day. Comes up with this result. Yeah, he could have come up with this kind of result yesterday, but misfortune came his way. There goes Elijah Andy Anna, steady at B3. Can Tino Zaragoza do something about this? Tino Zaragoza, 44 of Resultado Racing Team, is just close by. There he goes, number 44. In the next few turns, he could probably give us what he could do. There he goes. To be in the top 3, that's the goal. Tino Zaragoza, 44. Inching, getting nearer to the tail of Elijah Andy Anna. And the gap between Dayton Pastor and 𝐜𝐥𝐚𝐬𝐬𝐞𝐬 is now 0.4 of a second. And Elijah Andy Anna and Tino Zaragoza, they are ready to do battle for P3 here. Elijah continues to secure here as Tino concocts something to distract and push Elijah for a minute mistake, and that would be good enough. Previous lap pace, let's take a look at it. Elijah was able to do a 43.256, while Tino did a 43.0. There goes something for all you fans of Tino Zaragoza of Resultado Racing Team. But of course, Elijah Andy responds back. He's running away. He's trying to chase 𝐜𝐥𝐚𝐬𝐬𝐞𝐬. Final 2 laps over here. Final few more turns remain for number 36, Dayton Pastor, to keep this going on and not allow 𝐜𝐥𝐚𝐬𝐬𝐞𝐬 an opportunity to grab P1. There it is, number 36, Dayton. 𝐜𝐥𝐚𝐬𝐬𝐞𝐬, 47. WrestleThought Racing Team eyeing for a better result at number 2 here. And there goes number 35, Tyler Twanke, inside the top 5. The Waiton Racing Team and Race Lab collaboration. And right behind him is Marshall Swain Alamo at P6 for Top Spec Racing Team, who's been having a hectic day. So far, it looks hectic for Dayton Pastor, but he continues to concentrate on what he could actually do. Blistering lap after blistering lap, unmatched. And he is ready for his checkered flag moment over here. Congratulations, Dayton Pastor, a DRQ. Finally, the young, talented driver gets the break he deserves. He's been at it since Saturday, but he just got unlucky come race final on that Saturday yesterday. And right here today on the race final for round number 4, kept it cleaner, away from misfortunes, and he grabbed the number 1 spot, finished with the number 1. DRQ Motorsports number 36 is Dayton Pastor. Congratulations with the fastest lap of 42.993 at the end of that final. Congratulations, Dayton. And of course, awesome result by Augusto Maka of WrestleThought Racing Team number 47. Second best finish. Elijah Andy and a 46 inside the top 3 for VS Racing Motorsports. Tino grabs P4 for WrestleThought Racing Team. Tino Zaragoza 44. And Tyler Twanke 35 grabs position number 5 for Race Lab Waiton Racing Team. And Marshall Swain Alamo 38 in the top 6 for Top Spec Racing Team. We will return with a continuation of this, the finals, right? We're going to be back real quick from Patron, live at Carmona Racetrack. This is the Super Karting Series. Yeah, this is warm-up time. Rotax Max Challenge Philippine Series 2026. Round number 4 of the season. From Patron Blaze 100, the 100 octane fuel from Patron. Patron Blaze 100, the fuel of karting. A combined grid of the Clubman and the Rotax seniors right here.